Good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Angelica Gloria Velasco with the California Public Utilities Commission, Energy Division. Thank you for joining today for the Electrification Impact Study Part 2 Draft Results Workshop. This is a two-day workshop taking place today, November 19th, and tomorrow, November 20th. We appreciate your interest and participation in this important discussion as the IOUs present their draft results developed under the high DER proceeding. Before we get started, I'll briefly cover logistics and ground rules. Today's workshop, again, is being recorded, and the recording will be posted on the CPUC's distribution planning website. All attendees will remain muted by default. If you'd like to ask questions verbally, please use the raise hand function, and one of the hosts will unmute you. If you prefer to type your question, please submit it through the chat. Energy Division staff will read the question out loud or invite you to speak. When speaking, please remember to identify yourself and your organization. We also ask that you stay on topic, be respectful of other speakers, and avoid repeating questions already asked. With that, we'll move on to our general agenda. So this is a two-day agenda. Today, day one will begin with Commissioner Hauck's opening remarks, followed by an overview from Energy Division. We will then move into the utility presentations, SDG&E this morning and PG&E this afternoon. And on day two, we'll reconvene at 9 a.m. for SCE's presentation, and we'll close with next steps for the study and the broader IDR proceeding. We encourage active participation during the Q&A periods for each IOU. And here's the detailed agenda for today. We'll begin with Commissioner Hauck's opening remarks, followed by Energy Division's introduction to the study, its framework, purpose, and required scenarios. SDG&E will present from 9:20 to 11:20, and followed by stakeholder Q&A. We will then break for lunch from 12 to 1. After lunch, we'll hear from PG&E, followed by their Q&A session, and we'll close at 5 p.m. with a brief summary of day one. With that, at this time, Commissioner Hauck, are you ready? Or is it going to be Amanda? I cannot see it on the chat. Let me see. Okay, so we shared links to the presenters. They have separate links from the participants. I'll cover that in a second. For now, does anyone in Commissioner Hauck's office can hear me? Can anyone from Commissioner Hauck's office can hear me? Okay, let me. Benjamin, I made you a panelist. Could you please try?
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes. So
Okay.
With that, I'm pleased to introduce Commissioner Darcy Hauck's office, and they'll provide the opening remarks.
Thank you, Angelica. Thank you to all of the participants on the call today. Sorry for the brief technical difficulties. Good morning, and thank you all for being here today to discuss part one of the utilities electrification impact studies. Commissioner Darcy Hauck is the assigned commissioner for the high DER proceeding, which is focused on preparing the electric grid for a high number of DERs. These studies are a critical component of this work as we continue to analyze and evaluate the necessary investments in the distribution grid. I look forward to hearing more about the three IOUs. Our office looks forward to hearing more about the three IOUs draft Part 2 studies, which examine three different scenarios, as well as hearing from parties in this proceeding. Our office wants to express our thanks to Energy Division staff for hosting this workshop today, And we look forward to the presentations and discussion, as well as sharing your valuable insights with Commissioner Houck and her staff.
Thank you, Benjamin. So let's begin with a brief background and framing before we transition to the utilities presentation. EIS Part 2 was ordered in Decision 24-10-030 to assess the potential distribution impacts of electrification under multiple scenarios. This study is the successor of EIS Part 1 and is being developed directly by the 3 IOUs using a more granular bottom-up approach. Our goal today is to walk through the modeling framework, scenario design, and preliminary results for each utility. Although EIS Part 2 builds on EIS Part 1, it differs in 2 key ways. First, Part 2 focuses explicitly on estimating potential costs of upgrading primary and secondary distribution systems under 3 pre-established scenarios: base, equity, and demand flexibility. Second, it introduces updated modeling that reflects mitigated planning assumptions, meaning the utility-supplied engineering solutions, such as load transfers and incorporated time of use, shifts, and demand response where appropriate. The intention is for this study's outcomes to feed directly into the future iterations of the distribution planning and execution process, or DPEP. The study has 5 major objectives: estimate and assess distribution system impacts, both primary and secondary, identify the potential value of mitigating upgrades through DER adoption and load flexibility, assess impacts in disadvantaged communities through the required equity scenario, provide a detailed proposal and timeline for integrating these scenario assessments into the DPEP, produce transparent learnings that help improve forecasting, scenario planning, and distribution planning practices. These objectives frame the technical work you will hear today from each IOU. For the study framework, Part 2 uses a bottom-up granular approach incorporating 2023 IEPR forecasts, utility load shapes, DR adoption propensities, feeder and circuit level analysis. And every IOU was required to produce 3 core scenarios: base case, equity scenario, demand flexibility scenario. Some utilities may have additional scenarios, variants of interests, which they will describe during their presentations. For minimum requirements, these are the 3 scenarios that were defined by Energy Division as the required components of the study's minimum requirements. All scenarios rely on the 2023 IEPR aggregate demand forecast, and the differences lie in how DER adoption was dispersed. Business as usual adoption for the base case scenario, equity-driven adoption in designated communities for the equity scenario, with permission to surpass the IEPR forecast if needed, and business as usual adoption pattern for the demand flexibility, but with modified load shapes. Each IOU modeled outcomes for 2030 and 2040. This is consistent with the required planning horizon. Before we move to the utilities presentations, I want to briefly highlight how EIS Part 2 fits into the broader high DER proceeding and the distribution planning and execution process. EIS Part 2 fulfills the required load flexibility DPP assessment under ordering paragraph 19 of the Decision 24-10-030, and it serves as the Commission's formal evaluation of how load flexibility can be integrated into distribution planning. EIS Part 2 was ordered, the draft results of EIS Part 2 were ordered to be presented today and are intended to guide how these findings should be incorporated into the DPEP. Today's workshop meets the requirements to publicly present the draft results and gather stakeholder feedback. And finally, each utility's final report must include a proposal and timeline consistent with ordering paragraph 20 for integrating this scenario results into future planning cycles. The equity scenario results the equity scenario results will also support the equity requirements adopted in the decision, including inputs for equity metrics, engagement plans, and broader efforts to align distribution investments with the Commission's equity objectives. Additionally, EIS methodologies will help improve forecasting and planning by improving more granular approaches to forecasting, disaggregation, and system analysis. These improvements stem from the staff proposal in 2023 and are intended to advance the quality and consistency of distribution planning statewide. Together, these integration requirements underscore the importance of the results the IOUs will present today. With that context, we'll now transition to the utilities presentations for day one, and we'll begin with SDG&E, followed by PG&E this afternoon. Each utility will walk through their draft results, including their methodology, scenario design, modeling assumptions, forecasting outcomes, and preliminary findings. We will now begin with SDG&E's presentation. So SDG&E, please let me know when you are ready.
Thank you, Angelica. We're ready. Thank you for that introduction. My name is Mary Sweeney. I'm with Electric Distribution Planning Policy at SDG&E. Thank you for joining us for today's workshop. We're excited to get started. You can go to the next slide. So here's our agenda for today. We'll begin with a brief overview of the objective scope and touch on the timeline for the EIS Part 2 study. Then we'll address the study approach and assumptions, spend a little time in the alternative scenario methodology development discussion. Then we'll move through primary system planning and solutioning, and similar for secondary system, followed by a summary and takeaways discussion, and then we'll open the floor to Q&A. So I know Angelica had mentioned it, but I do ask that we hold all questions until our designated Q&A session at the end of the presentation. You are welcome to put questions into the chat during the presentation, and if it's a case of a simple clarification, our team might be able to respond directly in the chat during the presentation. Next slide, please. So to add a little more color to what Angelica had shared, EIS Part 2 builds on the work that Kavala completed under the direction of the CPUC within the Part 1 study, but now also with the addition of utility operational knowledge and other considerations. The aim of EIS Part 2 was to estimate the potential costs in upgrading both to the primary and secondary distribution grid to meet electrification needs under 3 distinct scenarios. Base case, an equity-driven scenario, and an enhanced demand flexibility scenario. All 3 scenarios were to be modeled through 2040. SDG&E used the 2023 IEPR to disaggregate forecasts for 2030 and 2040, identify the number and type of grid needs, and develop total cost estimates for each scenario. The outputs and results of the study are intended to lead to improvements and refinements to the distribution planning and execution process. Next slide, please. Here's a high-level recap of the EIS execution timeline. As you can see, today's workshop is marked by the orange dot there on the timeline. We do anticipate parties' comments coming in next month, followed by a final report submission in January of 2026. I'll now pass over to my teammate, Catarina Vargas, to walk us through the EIS Part 2 approach and assumptions.
Thank you, Mary. My name is Catarina Vargas. We have some feedback. Just give us a second. Sorry for that. So I will start by covering the general assumptions that we use for the EIS study. So this study is only for conceptual only. Distribution line segments costs are not included in the cost estimate. The standard mileage configuration and unit cost was used for the projects. Some of the bank's additions require greenfield substation, which we didn't include, nor a land acquisition cost for for those greenfields. Also, for the demand flexibility scenario, we do not include implementation costs like program costs, technology costs, or incentives. Next slide, please. Okay, I will start on this section. We'll focus on the EA study workflow, describing the various stages involved in the process. So the first was the inputs. On this stage, we established the assumptions for modeling load shapes across the different scenarios, the methodologies and assumptions we use for each of the different base, equity, and the demand flexibility. And also, we provide, we come up with project solutions, methodologies, and we establish different databases for each of the scenarios. During the validation stage, we review each of the feeder load shapes designated for each scenario, and in accordance to the requirements from the Commission to apply the equity formula to the scenario. And my colleague Wasim is going to go more in detail that part. And we review the DR shapes that we will use for the demand flex as well. Once we have all that validation, we process the 3 different forecasts for base case, equity, and demand flexibility. Once we have the results, the next phase was to review all the results, and we do a streamlined engineering review to make sure the green needs identified or correct. And we start coming out with project scope. And the final stage of the process was the outputs. Once we have the project scopes, we look into the needs and the solutions, and we come up with this cost for the distribution primary cost as well as secondary cost. Next slide, please. Okay, so the modeling approach that we use for the base cases scenario for the EIA study was designated to be consistent with our current distribution planning process, ensuring alignment with the established process. So we lost the presentation.
Yeah, I saw that. Give me 1 second, please. My PowerPoint just shut down.
Sure.
Zach, I can also make you a presenter or anyone from SDG&E, so they can present their slides. That work?
I can pull them up on Helica if that's easiest.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I'll promote you. Give me 1 second, please. There.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and try to share my screen now once I get the PowerPoint open.
All right. Like I was saying, for the base case for the EIA study, we decided to be consistent with our distribution planning process, ensuring alignment with the established process. So the way we went about this base case was first inputs. For the load, we use the 2020 IEPR forecast or known loads, as well as economic, demographic, and geospatial data. For DERs, also we use the 23 IEPR forecast for different components, as well as 30 years of weather data. Once we have all the inputs, we move to the next stage, which is the process. This is when we start disaggregating the load. So for this portion, we establish the annual base growth from the IEPR forecast. We deduct the known loads from the IEPR by customer type, and then we allocate the remaining base growth by geospatial analysis. And then finally, we do engineering review to make sure that the allocation of the load is where we expect it to be. And then for DERs, we begin using the 23 IEPR forecast. For energy efficiency, we use electric energy consumption-based scoring. Then we apply it to the circle level, and then we scale it to match with the IEPR. For fuel substitution, we did gas consumption-based scoring as well. We apply it at the circle level, and we scale it to match the IEPR. For PV, energy storage, and light-duty EV, we use local forecast using nonlinear optimization diffusion model. And for light-duty EV, we deduct the known loads from the system level. And then we apply it at the zip code level, and from there we disaggregate at the circle level. And for main heavy duty, we did a circle level growth based on calculation fleet energy consumption, and we use the IEPR based load shape. And then we disaggregate from zip code level to circle level. Then once we have all this aggregation, we put all those inputs into a forecasting tool, LOSIR, where we then start identifying the green needs at the circle level and the bank level. Once we identify those green needs, we move to the next stage, which was creating scope of works for the solutions. And for the EIS, we use a streamlined solution, just either doing a transfer or a new circuit. Next slide. No. Okay, the software platform that we use for the EIS study were the following. For the forecast, we use the SCADA Scrubber. This tool, a third-party tool that was used to create a base shape load, where we use 3 years of SCADA data, and we do some cleanup for anomalies or meeting errors or temporary transfers. Also, we use Excel and Power BI to disaggregate some of the IEPR components and do some calculation of the gas consumption per meter. And also we use Spider. It's a third-party tool that provides forecasts for some DR components that we use as inputs to a forecast. And finally, we use LOSIR. It's also a third-party load forecasting tool that incorporates multiple inputs to manage complex distribution planning. And for the solutioning, we use Power BI and Excel to quickly assess the capacity to determine if a load transfer is available as a low-cost solution, or a new circuit is identified as the ultimate solution. I think with that, I will pass it to my colleague, Wasim. He will cover the equity and the demand flex scenario.
Thank you, Caterina, and good morning, everyone. I'll be going over our scenario methodology. Next slide, please. That was me. So first, I'll be going over our equity scenario, and the first part to this scenario is determining if we even need to run an equity scenario. If there's even a major gap in between our DAC designated areas and our non-DAC areas in terms of our DER allocation. So this is a 7-step process. So first we start by converting our circuit allocation to a zip code allocation so that we can more easily compare to our DAC population. And then we complete that conversion from a zip code allocation to a zip census tract overlapping area allocation. Now it sounds a bit jargony, but this is necessary to do, because we have different data sets, and some of them are at the census tract level and some of them are at the zip code level. And so because census tracts don't neatly line up with zip codes, we need to create basically a new category of area that aligns both of these types of data sets together. And so we create the zip census tract overlapping area designation. So once we have everything at that level, we can actually properly compare our data sets together, and then we determine our DR megawatt allocation within our identified DAC areas. Basically adding up all of the DR allocation that we know belongs to first the different areas called out in the priority populations, the California priority populations map that was called out in the EIS scope by Energy Division. And then we also add on top of that our care, fare, and medical baseline customers that we have a direct customer count of within our own data, because these are customers that directly apply for those programs to us. So for that, we have a direct count. And then for all the priority populations, we have to estimate those DAC designations, those DAC populations based on that data in our service territory. So once we have all of that, we add it all together to find our system level allocation for each DER component. And so now that we have how many DER megawatts we have allocated across our whole system, and then how many DR megawatts we have allocated to just our DAC areas, we can calculate the percentage of the DR that's allocated to DAC areas by just dividing those two values. So once we do that, we have that percentage, and then we can also calculate the percentage of customers that are in our DAC areas by just taking the total number of customers in our DAC areas and then dividing that by the total number of customers in our entire service territory. So now that we have these two ratios, we can validate if our current DR megawatt allocation is comparable between DAC and non-DAC areas. And I also wanted to point out that the primary driver of this is that we expect the primary driver of this to be equity focused programs, but we are not going over what these equity focused programs are in this study. We are just assuming that those will be in place and that will contribute to an increase in equity DER allocation. And so going over the results of this, we found that 59.3% of our customers are within a DAC demographic area, and only 55.4% of our DER megawatt allocation goes to DAC designated customers. And so in order to reconcile this and bridge this gap, we had to add a total of 1,000 megawatts to our DR allocation to DAC areas. And so this may seem like a pretty large amount because we have 4,700 megawatts added to our entire service territory. But the reason that we're adding 1,000 megawatts is because the reason that we're adding 1,000 megawatts is because our the tool that we're using, LoadSeer 3, is can't add DR allocation directly to DAC customers that we have within a circuit. We have to add it at the circuit level. So if we have a circuit that, for example, has 55% DAC designation, we have to add DRs to that entire circuit to have it trickle down to the DAC customers. And then so this ends up resulting in us adding more than would be necessary if we were able to just add them directly to our DAC customers. So moving on to our demand flexibility scenario, we mainly focus on building electrification and EVs because we thought that this would be the most significant potential for demand flexibility programs in the future. So we hired a consultant, E3, to help us with our with developing this scenario. And what they did is that they took our existing IEPR-based AFS and EV load profiles and put them into their own tools, using their own assumptions and then some assumptions of ours to develop new flexed load profiles that we were able to put into LoadSeer, and that we would create new circuit level forecasts based off of. And for building electrification, they mainly relied on Lawrence Berkeley National Lab study on demand flexibility that covers a whole host of different technologies and end uses that can be flexed in the building electrification space. And for EVs, the main focus was on implementing new time of use or TOU rates to flex electric vehicle charging in the service territory. So going into the building electrification in a little more detail, the DR adjustments that we made here were shed and shift strategies. The shed strategy is basically just reducing the load during peak hours. And so an example of this would be asking customers to lower their thermostats during peak time. This is considered a shed instead of a shift because the customers aren't shifting this load to a different time of the same day. They are just taking that load and removing it from the grid for that day. So it's being shed. Now for shift DER, this is reallocating load from on-peak to off-peak periods. For the purposes of this study, shift DR was modeled as shed because the main focus is to see what the peak forecast, how the peak forecast is impacted by demand flexibility. So load being shifted off to the off-peak periods is not as significant to the results of this study. And so an example of shift DR would be to ask customers to turn on water heaters to not turn on water heaters during their peak hours. Now they would still need to have hot water at some point during the day, so they would turn it on just in a different part of the day when you're not during peak time, and so you'd be shifting this load instead of just shedding it for the day. As I mentioned earlier, E3, our consultant, used DR potential from the 2024 Lawrence Berkeley National Lab study, which is cited below. And so what this study did is it assessed DR potential across various end uses and customer types and gave DR estimates at different levelized costs for a range of technologies at a variety of incentive levels. So E3 took this and then applied it to our own AFS growth to see what can be flexed and how much it can be flexed. Industrial and agricultural sectors were not included in this study because they're a very insignificant portion of our growth that would not have an impact really on the results. And it's also important to note that based on the LBNL's customer enrollment model, the amount of economic DR potential likely to be realized is a pretty small fraction of the total economic potential. This is because the LBNL study assumes that any customer that is eligible and that would economically benefit from a DR program would enroll in it. But as we all know, this isn't always the case. Some customers will simply not enroll in a program due to unfamiliarity or just not wanting to change the way that they pay their bill or understand their bill, even if it benefits them economically. So in the real world, the DR potential will likely be less than what is actually studied. Now going over the results of building electrification. Shed, so as I mentioned earlier, we had both shed and shift applied in our study. Shed was applied to peak hours, which are between hour 16 and hour 20. And then shift was applied to the top 200 cal-ISO net load hours. Both of these assumptions, again, are taken from the LBNL study and applied to the shape below. The shape to the left is our base or our load shape in the base scenario that's based on the IEPR. As you can see in that window, that is where our peak hours are. And then to the right is how that is flexed when E3 applied the LBNL study to our load shape to reduce during those peak hours. Demand, so now moving on to the transportation electrification. We took our light duty and medium heavy duty EV load shapes that are developed based on the IEPR, and we gave them to E3 to develop their modified EV load profiles using their EV load shape tool. In this load shape tool, they incorporated industry and government data sources and also incorporated our own existing TOU rates and rate structures to develop new ones in their model. And what their model does is it basically simulates different pricing structures and simulates responses to those pricing structures. And so by changing those structures and creating new TOU rates, it can simulate how people will change their charging behavior and then create a resulting load profile based off of that. And so for this study, we decided to split up charging into 3 different types. There's unmanaged charging, where customers would just charge whenever they wanted. There's passive managed charging, and then there's active managed charging. Now, when implementing this strategy, we found that without assuming most of our customers would be enrolled into a managed active charging, we didn't see that much of a reduction during peak hours of EV charging. And so we assumed a pretty high enrollment in managed active charging. And you'll see that in the resulting EV load shapes, that it looks pretty similar to the managed active charging load shape that we have. And so this is the resultant load shape that we used. So the way that we made this load shape is that we combined those 3 load shapes shown on the previous slide and then applied weights to them based on their adoption. As I mentioned, the active managed charging is the one that's most heavily weighted, so you see that that's the biggest impact here. And so this was applied and put into LoadSeer to create our new demand flexibility forecast. And then for MDHD EV, we applied a similar strategy, but we didn't use multiple use cases because in our experience and in the industry at large, most charging happens at the depot and is assumed to be at the depot. So we really only need one use case to simulate that. We decided that using multiple TOU profiles for our customers proved to be the most effective strategy to reducing peak load, because we found that if we just have one new TOU strategy and give it to all of our customers, that would just shift the peak to wherever the cheapest electricity would be on that TOU. So by splitting it up and giving half of our customers a specific TOU profile and another half of our customers another TOU profile, we could more distribute that load, and we found that this was the most effective strategy. So here you can see we use this blend of TOU strategies to effectively encourage charging during the morning window, approximately 7 a.m. to noon here. and that created the largest reduction in capacity project overloads, or in capacity overloads on our circuits that would result in projects. That's it for me. I'll hand it back to Katerina.
Thank you, Wasim. We'll move now to primary system planning and solutioning. So for circuit solution, we consider the loading of the adjacent circuits, adjacent time circuits to the overloaded circuit. If there's enough capacity, tie capacity, when we utilize a load transfer between those two circuits as the solution. But if there's no sufficient existing tie capacity for the overloaded circuit, we utilize a new circuit as a solution. We'll bring additional capacity to the area. For both of those, we use the Rule 21 cost guide to get the total cost of the solution. For methodology, so we don't overlap between 2030 and 2040 green needs, solutioning. For 2030, if it's greater than 100% and 2040 less than 110%, most likely there's only one solution in 2030. If the overload is less than 110% in 2030, but greater in 2040, in 2040 greater than 110%, then it could be two solutions, one in low cost in 2030 and one in new circuit for 2040. And then lastly, if it's greater than 110% in both years, then the mitigation will be only in 2030. Now for the banks, if the substation has available space for banks, we utilize the new bank as a solution. If the substation doesn't have room for another bank, then we consider the mitigation by bringing new circuits from the nearby substations. And for both of those, we use the Rule 21 cost guide. And as I mentioned in my early assumptions, greenfield substations nor land acquisition was included. And for the methodology, we look at the severity of the overload because each substation is different. So we look at each individual case by case, and we utilize the ultimate capacity. Then for costing assumptions, the way we went about is we use simplified assumptions for the study. So for the load transfer, we assume one new switch and some labor to be part of the transfer. For new circuit, for the scope, we included a new switch, 1 mile of trenching cabling, and one circuit breaker. And for the new substations bank solutions, we utilized a new substation transformer as well as 1/4 of the switch gear. Next, here are the total primary system solutions from 2025 to 2040. For the base case, we got 87 load transfers, 137 new circuits, and 32 new banks. And as expected in the equity, we got the most solutions due to the increase of DR on some of the circuits. And also as expected in the MAC flexibility has the least amount of solutions due to the peak shaving. And that was explained during the previous slides. Moving to the next. As an ask for any division, they ask us to describe the added capacity or headroom with the new projects. Since project by project will provide different headroom, the way we went about it was taking the average of the capacity and the average of the overload, and that will provide us an average headroom. So with that, for circuits, the average headroom created was 8.64 megawatts. And similar for the banks, we applied the same methodology, giving us a 22.6 megawatts of headroom for any new bank. Now moving to the results. This graph shows the system level peak 1 in 10 in September, the 3 scenarios. The base shape and the equity share a similar shape. The only thing is you can see it is slightly higher due to the additional DER. And for the demand flex, we can see the peak shaving during the hours 16 to 20, and as well as the early hours in the morning and the evening. Then DR allocation, so another ask for any division was to provide a heat map for DR allocations. We can see the the base case and demand flex will share the same allocation. And here is heat map by zip code, and we can see in the equity little the shade a little more darker due to the increase of DR allocations to some of the zip codes. Moving to the next slide, the results at the device level, load shapes, for example, for a circuit. Here we can see the different inputs and how they were segregated and how each component is stacking into another to create a forecast. Here we can see the base load is what we clean up and is the foundation for the forecast. We include the weather normalization. We include the EV, AFS, and the growth the IEPR provide us, as well as the energy efficiency, PV, and energy storage. So when we stack all those, it provides us a forecast. Here we can see in the early mornings, it created a new peak at 0 hours, roughly 20 megawatts, when our typical peak is from 16 to 20 hours. So this is for the base case. For the equity will be similar shape, just a little more DER. Moving to the results for the same circuit, but now for the demand flex, we can see here what my colleague described, what we're trying to shift out of the peak hours and the early hours. Here the peak now is at 9 p.m., which is show us roughly 70 megawatts. So we check the peak for around 3 megawatts. Now moving to the next, the impacts due to demand flexibility. We can see here the annual demand reduction compared to the base case. In 2040 is over 100,000 megawatt hours for a 0.3% reduction. And for demand peak reduction compared to the base in 2040 is roughly 200 megawatts for a 2.75 reduction. With that, I will pass it to my colleague, Mario. He will be covering the secondary methodologies and results.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mario Olivieri. I'm an equipment engineer with electric distribution engineering here at SDG&E. Our team focused on the secondary system.
I think we lost them. I saw a hand up. Let's see. Oh, sorry, Orly. Could you raise your hand again, please? Thank you.
I just wanted to repeat what you just said. We lost audio. We can't hear it anymore.
Yeah, someone from SDG&E, I see Jan Strack there on the panelists. Can anyone in the panelists from SDG&E?
And Elika, this is
Hi,
Zach,
Zach.
San Diego. I've
Mhm.
flagged the issue with the team. Hopefully we can get the slides and audio back here. momentarily. Apologies.
I have the slides up. I can present Zach, and I don't know if the okay. Thank you. Are you guys presenting, or I can present too, and just let me know if you want like the slides going forward. Hi, Mary. Yeah.
Apologies for that. Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Sorry, we had a failing battery and some chargers, and it seemed to reset some audio settings. I can go ahead and try to share again.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Appreciate patience. Sorry for that. Can you all see our screen now?
Yes.
Yes. Great. Thank you. Passing it back to Mario.
Thank you, Mary. And I'll just rewind a little bit. My name is Mario Olivieri. I'm with the equipment engineers here at SDG&E, Electric Distribution Engineering. We focused on the secondary system for this study. That's the transformers and service. So like the first part of this study was conceptual, and this part builds off of the primary forecasts for the primary system. All the costs for residential transformers were obtained in alignment with the Rule 21 methodology, although the only published cost for transformers are for commercial transformers. Our transformer to meter mapping is not fully validated across the SDG&E service territory. This is due to a lot of GIS inaccuracies, mapping inaccuracies, and erroneous telemetry data as well. Costs associated with the service transformer replacement and wire replacements are included in the cost of the replacement for a single transformer. And no specific model cleaning or validation for the transformer data was performed. We did clean out outliers that were known to have wrong telemetry data, but no further validation was done as part of the study. All three scenarios for each case and year follow the same methodology. They only vary in inputs. The way we went about this methodology is we take a 2024 peak load report for each of our transformers at system level. This is a historic non-coincident peak from a range of days around our peak day for the system, which was September 8, 2024. So we'll take a range from the 5th to the 10th, and we compare that to the forecasted non-coincident peak of each of the forecasted years for every case. This allows us to obtain a scaling factor, a ratio of the summation of our reported non-coincident load to the forecasted peak. With this scaling factor, we then project every transformer load to a forecasted 2030 and 2040 peak load per scenario. And we compare that to our overload condition of 120% of the rating of the transformer. This is based on the lifetime loss of a transformer from IEEE standard 57.91, 1981. After we identify each forecasted load per transformer, if it is beyond the 120% of the transformer rating, we count it for replacement. So for 2030 and 2040, they're all counted independently. It is a cumulative count for each year. So 2040 does not build on 2030. The new construction projection for each year and case consists of whenever a transformer is identified to have a forecasted peak beyond 120% even after upsizing to our maximum size. We count that as needing to be split onto 2 transformers, and I'll be showing an example later on. So to identify the inputs of every case, and this slide in particular is going to refer to the equity case. The base case, as I mentioned, starts from the 2024 transformer peak loads as reported in our historical records, and which are non-coincident. The only difference for each of these 3 cases is in the equity scenario. While in every case we take the forecasted for the base, the forecast for the demand flex. In the equity case, we use the same data from the primary system forecast, where the identified DAC circuits had an allocated forecasted increase. We obtain that as a scaling factor and add that scaling factor to each transformer within those DAC identified circuits. This leads us into the solutioning, which is once we identify each transformer, if it is above the 120% of the transformer nameplate, as shown in this little formula, we count it for replacement. However, this differs a little bit with when we talk about the new construction, where I mentioned if a transformer has been identified to have load beyond this 120%, even after being upsized to our maximum size, then we count it as needing to be separated into 2 transformers. For example, if a transformer at 100 kVA nameplate rating is forecasted to be loaded at 150 kVA, which exceeds the 120% threshold and is already the maximum size transformer that we would replace it with, we would then split that load between a new 100 kVA transformer and a 50 kVA new construction transformer. As mentioned, now once we have the count of all the new transformers required, as well as the ones needing replacement, we take separate amounts for commercial transformers, which we can easily identify, and all other residential transformers. For these, we take a methodology in alignment with the Rule 21 methodology used to calculate the commercial transformer costs, and we take a weighted average across the different transformer sizes in our system. This includes the cost of service, as explained earlier as well. And to summarize this slide, here we represent the number of transformer replacements and new construction required for each case per year, accounting for a estimated cost of around $300 million for 2030 and 500 almost to 600 million for the secondary cost of 2040 predictions. That ends my portion for the secondary methodology, and I pass it back along to Mary.
Thanks, Mario. Okay, I'll now cover the sort of summary, high-level summary of our findings from EIS Part 2 and some takeaways. So this figure shown here reflects the fully loaded costs of the primary and secondary system upgrades through 2030 and 2040 respectively. The base case shows an estimated approximately $3 billion in total distribution upgrade costs by 2040, with the majority of these costs occurring during the last 10 years of the study's timeframe. As anticipated, the equity scenario reflects the highest costs at about $3.3 billion by 2040, since it incorporates additional load growth assumptions in disadvantaged communities. In contrast, the demand flexibility scenario shows the potential for a savings of up to $700 million compared to the base case, based on hypothetical participation rates and estimated maximum demand response capabilities. Before discussing how to integrate the EIS Part 2 work into the distribution planning process, it's important, I think, to place this work into the broader context of the high DER rulemaking. As work on EIS Part 2 has been underway, concurrent work has been progressing on the development and integration of equity metrics, as well as on scenario planning and pending load process development and refinement. Each of these work streams is expected to provide learnings that will be integrated into the distribution planning and execution process, and all of these outputs must be harmonized for consistency and completeness. Additional highly relevant work is also happening at the same time outside of the high DER rulemaking, specifically through the OIR released in September 2025 to enhance demand response in California. This rulemaking aims to update the guiding principles to support reliable, cost-effective, and consistent delivery of demand flexibility, and so will provide critical information and details to inform how this is integrated into the distribution planning process. It should be noted that all of these work streams are still ongoing at this time, and therefore flexibility will be an important feature as the finalized outcomes of each are integrated and potentially adjusted. The EIS provided a valuable framework for exploring the impacts, costs, and remaining outstanding questions related to the roles of both equity and demand flexibility within the future of the electric distribution system. These alternate scenarios were designed to take a very limited set of drivers and extrapolate impacts across the system, though it's unlikely, of course, that any one of these discrete scenarios would fully become reality. The equity scenario assumed the presence of some form of additional policy drivers that would yield an adjusted distribution of DERs across the SDG&E service territory. Policies like this are not currently active or anticipated in the near future, which prevents the creation and integration of a meaningful scenario into the DPP. The demand flexibility scenario showed the potential to yield cost savings over the studied timeframe, although there were a variety of caveats and assumptions that will require more study and validation before demand flexibility can be viewed as a reliable and dispatchable resource compared to more traditional distribution infrastructure solutions. SDG&E believes that the most likely future will be a blend of the underlying drivers, such as increased DER incentives for DAC areas, TOU rate changes, or demand flexibility program development with cost-effective incentives. Looking forward, the effective integration of the key findings from EIS Part 2, alongside the takeaways from scenario planning, pending load, and other work streams, should be a thoughtful and strategic effort. SDG&E believes that the still developing nature of the findings at this time limits the ability for near-term integration of specific updates. Once scenario planning is in place, the CEC IEPR may be the most appropriate source for providing demand flexibility load modifier integration. We thank you very much for your time, and we are happy to open the floor to questions. I know there have been some questions in the chat, and we have responded where we can to each of those, but happy to start there, or we could do raised hands depending on preferences.
Could we address the questions in the chat first?
Sure. So let me open the chat here, and I can also move us back to specific slides if necessary.
Yeah, I think the first one, it's from Saeed Manshadi. On the projected average headroom, your data shows that a new circuit adds 12 megawatts of capacity to fixed average overload of just 28%, roughly 3-4 megawatts, leaving over 8 megawatts of unused headroom. Doesn't this prove that lumpy traditional upgrades are inefficient here? This is Saeed from UCAN. Is the question clear, or should we ask him to unmute?
Hold on, just give us a moment, please.
Mm-hmm.
Hi there, this is Ely from SDG&E. I'm going to try to answer the question first by explaining how this average headroom was calculated. So we got this feedback actually from Energy Division when we were discussing sharing the process of the EIS to try to show how much like headroom is added by the upgrades identified in the Electrification Impact Study Part 2. It's a very complicated process to show that for every single upgrade, particularly for the load transfer solutions that Katerina, my colleague, covered earlier as part of the infrastructure upgrade summary. So we came up with this approach to do this average version of calculation where we basically summed up the average overload, which comes out to 28% average, and try to compare it to what a typical new circuit would add from a capacity perspective to showcase what this metric will look like for reporting purposes. So in practical solutioning for distribution project, it generally doesn't really follow that route. So when we are designing a new circuits, often cases there's a specific design to sort of design how the new circuit will cut into the existing circuits and carry the load that it's supposed to carry to balance out the load and also address the overload. So I don't think this metric really represents what a practical distribution upgrade solution will look like, especially from the perspective like how much additional load capacity it's added to the circuit. But one thing I would flag is that, at the end of the day, it's not, when it comes to solutioning, we're not going to be solutioning a solution just to barely solve the overload, right? That's not really how infrastructure development works. When we're solutioning a project, right, when you're transferring, you're going to transfer based on where the switch is available. So the load is going to change after the transfer plan, after the new circuit development. So the entire circuit portfolio is going to change. So you're not going to be just because there's overload on the circuit for 0.4 megawatt, we're going to develop a solution that exactly provides the additional 0.4 megawatt. So that's not how distribution solutioning works. Not sure that answers your question, so you feel free to jump in if you have additional follow-ups there.
Yeah, so you can raise your hand if you want to expand more on this question. I saw that you wrote, okay, I'm gonna request to unmute you. Go ahead, Said.
Thank you very much. This is Said Manshadi, representing UCAN here. Thank you very much for the explanation, but can you provide some statistical measures where you study that for different circuits that you're studying, how that headroom is calculated? So I see the average, but average could not represent the entire number. And how would you anticipate that would change over the years beyond like the first data point that you're presenting? So what is the standard deviation of that number? And I understand your explanation.
I'm so sorry, Said. I was having a lot of trouble hearing you. Can you maybe just speak up a little bit? Sorry to interrupt.
Is it better now?
I can hear you on my end. SDG&E, could you please confirm you hear him?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So let me ask my question briefly again. So in this regard, what is the statistics of this beyond the average? Like for various circuits that you're studying, how that number look like, that you come up with the numbers for 3 billion until 2040 for the upgrades at the end of that. So I want to know what are the statistics. Like you present the average number, what do you like to know? What is the distribution of that headroom that you see in your circuit?
Yeah, so if you're asking if we are, as part of our typical like project solutioning for as part of distribution planning process, if we produce a metric to track how much additional headroom is produced, we don't have that statistic. On a practical term, I'm also not sure how you can do that and what kind of baseline you can use to produce that type of data. I mean, we can follow up on that to understand better on what exactly you're asking for, but that's not something that we have at this time.
Okay, thank you.
I see Leo from Cal Advocates. I'm gonna request to unmute you. Please go ahead.
Hi, thanks so much. Thanks for the presentation. I just have a question about reading the graphs that were presented on slide 16. They're also on pages 13 and 14 in the draft report. So these are the managed load shape or the EV load shape graphs. And the way that they're presented, it looks like they're showing stacking load shapes, but that means that there's some load that's just sort of absent in the middle. And I'm wondering if they're supposed to be read. It might be helpful to go back to slide 16 if that's possible. If they're supposed to be read, for example, with lines that are behind some of the shapes. And if that's possible, I would give some feedback to maybe in the final report, show those differently so that it's easier to interpret the graphs.
Yeah, good question. This is Wasim again. Can you see our slide?
Yes, I see you going back.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so for example, if you see that work L2 in the active managed charging, it sort of looks like that vanishes during peak work hours when I would expect it to be the highest because it's behind the orange block. So I just wanted to make sure I'm interpreting this graph correctly.
Yeah. So your intuition is correct in that they're not really stacked on top of each other. They actually are behind each other. And the reason it's represented this way, a little counterintuitive, is because the weighting isn't just applied to the different graphs. So it's not just a weighting on unmanaged, passive managed, and active managed. We're also weighting it based on if it's home charging or if it's public charging or work charging. So that's why the next slide you see, it's not just weighting of these three on top of each other. It's also a weighting of like the big orange one that you see in the active managed. That's the most heavily weighted one. So the next slide, you see that's where a big chunk of that like dip, and then that big amount of charging after hour 21 and then before hour 14. That's where that comes from. But then you also see that like dark orange bump from like hours 8 to 15 show up because it's also significantly weighted. So that ends up showing up in the graph here. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. That makes sense. Yeah, and I would just suggest maybe in the final report making that a little clearer, just because I know a lot of people, us at Cal Advocates included, will be interested in kind of looking at these specific load shapes. And it's great that you're using these broken down by charger type and by site load shapes. But we want to be able to see all of those kind of individually rather than having them sort of partially obscured because of that weighting. But thanks for explaining. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's a good point. We'll include that in the final report. Thank you.
We have another question from Emily Clayton, CPUC TE section. So she asks, for the demand flexibility scenario, can SDG&E unpack its programmatic assumption for active managed charging? What high level of enrollment was assumed?
Yeah, so programmatically, we're not assuming anything in terms of like costs or incentives or anything like that. We're really just assuming new TOU rates, and then also that you can stagger TOU rates so that you don't just create a new spike when the new super off-peak period starts in that new TOU rate. So that's where in the active charging, you see the smoothing take place. You don't see the big spike that you would see in the managed passive charging. On this, so you don't see that spike that you see in passive charging. You do see it in active charging. So that, and then of course also your typical actual controllers in the chargers themselves that allow you to do active charging. So those are the programs that we're assuming are possible here. And like I mentioned, there are different adoption rates for both the active, passive, and unmanaged charging, and then also for depending on where the charging is happening, if it's at home or work or public. But the majority of it is active charging. So for home active charging, for example, we're assuming 90% adoption. And if you want, I can go over the other assumptions, but that one takes up the overwhelming majority, basically. And that's why you see in that resultant shape, it looks predominantly like the active managed charging shape.
Okay.
Does that answer your question? I can also go over the list of other weights and adoptions that we're assuming.
Could we go over those two, please?
Yeah, so for residential, for example, we're assuming 10% unmanaged, 0% passively managed, and 90% actively managed. And then for workplace, we're assuming the same thing, 10% unmanaged and 90% actively managed. And then for public, we're assuming 30% unmanaged because more people are going to be charging for convenience at public charging or when they absolutely need to, and then 70% actively managed.
Okay, thank you. We have another question on the chat. Eric Ritter, I cannot see your organization, but he asks, to what extent did, CEC, to what extent did the study find that bulk power system needs to, for demand flexibility are in conflict with constraints or needs at the individual circuit level? How do the scenario strategies such as dynamic pricing or direct load control balance these potential competing objectives across system and distribution levels? So it's two questions here. Could we address the first one?
Yeah, hi, Eric. This is Edie from SDG&E again. I just want to clarify a bit about the scope. So the EIS scope didn't really adjust or assess any bulk system, power system needs. Assuming you're asking about the transmission system needs, especially for, I think, your second question about the scenario strategies. This is a study that's kind of focusing on under a certain level of demand flexibility potential, what does it look like and how does it impact the infrastructure upgrades as compared to the base case? It doesn't really assess like how a particular dynamic pricing strategy can impact certain downstream distribution behavior, or particularly around like how the system, both system needs and distribution system needs will balance out. Feel free to hop in if you have any follow-up question there, Eric.
I thought I saw a hand up, but I don't see it anymore. Okay, none for now. So are there any other questions anyone would like to raise at this moment? If not, SDG&E, I think you have appendices slides that I feel that would bring up a lot of important details. I don't know if you can go over those.
Sure, Angelica, this is Mary Sweeney again. I'm happy to pull up those appendix slides. The slides primarily cover content that was included in the draft report, but was specifically requested by Energy Division, in addition to the EIS analysis. Okay. There was a request to kind of compare how these forecast future costs look against historical project costs. One of the key notes that SDG&E included in our draft report was that our internal cost tracking does not perfectly mirror the EIS Part 2 cost forecast methodologies. So we do cite here historical costs that were provided in A2504-015. These aren't really these are not directly comparable, but are directionally comparable to show general sense of magnitude and historical trends. One of the items that was mentioned was that transformer material costs are not tracked within SDG&E by business unit or use case. So it's infeasible for us to isolate costs that are specifically attributable to electrification-driven needs. And the transformer costs also reflect material-only expenses. They do not include installation or labor costs. So we provided these historical project costs, again, like I said, for a general sense of magnitude and historical trends. There were also a series of questions around kind of what we termed impacts and dependencies. So these included supply chain impacts and workforce needs in these forecast scenarios. Ultimately, SDG&E anticipates that it can source all the needed materials and labor in a timely manner for all three scenarios. The new distribution circuits typically have a lead time of about 3 years and bulk transformers about 5 years. That's adequate time for us to secure all necessary supply needs. The short lead times give us that flexibility all the way through 2040. We also anticipate that these supply chain needs need to be considered within the broader utility supply chain. Ultimately, SDG&E is a relatively modestly sized player within the utility supply chain, and our increasing needs are something that we expect that supply chain could adequately absorb and respond to. We do, however, lay out here, as you can see, the supply chain needs that we would anticipate under each of the three scenarios. And finally, for those workforce needs, again, as I mentioned previously, we anticipate being able to adequately meet all of the workforce needs. The base case, of course, we are certainly on track under our business as usual to be able to have an adequate workforce to meet any of those necessary upgrades. The equity scenario has a larger number of needed solutions, and the demand flexibility scenario, of course, requires fewer. Ultimately, we have a variety of strategies at our disposal to shift workforce needs and provide coverage as necessary to each of the scenarios. Also mentioned, the identified solutions are generic, of course, in nature, and we expect their scope and complexity will vary widely. Obviously, if these are underground solutions or solutions that are needed in the backcountry as compared to a densely urbanized area, each of these are going to present slightly different on the ground needs. And of course, with any forecast exercise, the needs in later years become increasingly uncertain. And so we do caution that long-term planning should build in a lot of flexibility. We anticipate that as time progresses and we have a clearer view of the next 5 years, that we would be able to respond accordingly with the workforce needs. And as I mentioned, we have a variety of strategies that can be deployed and adjusted to meet those near-term needs. And that's all we have for our appendices. I'm happy to dig in more if there's specific questions or address anything else.
There is a question from Sundar, IPE. He asks if you could explain the rationale behind the methodology for mitigations in 2030 and 2040 based on the overloads. This is slide 33.
Slide 33.
Hi, this is Mario Olivieri. The rationale is the same. So as I mentioned before, the 2030 and 2040 cases are cumulative. They do not build on top of each other. The 2030 and 2040 cases were both subjected to the same overload condition. They are both forecasted at the transformer level to the peak forecasted load, non-coincident peak forecasted load of each case in each year, and then compared to each overload condition individually.
Sander, does that clarify your question? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and request to unmute you. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was referring to a different slide. I think it's slide 33 in the combined slide deck.
Yes, in the combined slide deck. That's it's a different. Let me see. So it's the primary needs solutioning methodology. Is it? that slide, Sander?
Yes, I don't know what the SDG&E slide number is, but it's I think yeah, primary. Actually,
2 slides up, please.
yeah, 2 slides up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just trying to understand how this works. So if the overload is greater than 100% in 2030, but less than 110% in 2040, then there is a solution that's implemented in 2030 and no solution in 2040, right? Is that
That's
how?
correct. First one, yes.
Okay. And then how does the second row work? So if there's no overload, or there is.
Yeah, the second one's a little more tricky because what we're trying to achieve here is we don't want to have multiple mitigations in different years, but there's the only scenario that could be 2 potential solutions. One, we need to mitigate in 2030. It could be a low-cost solution to mitigate the 2030, but still in 2040 is greater than 110%. So for that, we'll go with pretty much the new circuit solution.
Okay, so these are 2 different solutions. There's a solution in 2030, and then there's a bigger solution in 2040. Is that how to read that?
Correct. Yeah, if in 2030 there's the low-cost solution available, if in case there's no low-cost solution in 2030, we'll do it at 2040. Only one we'll show only one project.
Okay, so the excess here could mean either load transfers or new circuits. Is that right, Kevin?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think that helps me understand a little bit. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. I have one question. So, in the report, it said that it avoided cost quantification, and it leans on LBNL, ACC, and E3, but no utility-specific demand flex avoided costs were highlighted in this draft. So it's more how will enrollment or participation can be calibrated versus LBNL achievable results?
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty tricky question because it's difficult to predict which customers will act in their own economic interests and which won't, right? I think it might be possible to look at previous programs like TOU when that was implemented, and then also depend on whether these programs are opt-in or opt-out. But I believe even then, it'd be comparing apples to oranges a little bit, because these demand reduction programs would be a little more involved than just changing your rate to a TOU rate, right? So I think it'd be pretty hard to predict, and so it's something that we didn't really look into this study.
Okay. Thank you. I see Leo from Cal Advocates has his hand up. Please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is Leo Steinmetz again with Cal Advocates. This question might be a little bit out of scope of the discussion since it's a question sort of about comparing 2 of the different EIS studies between the utilities. But I was curious if you at SDG&E have any thoughts about something from PG&E's study where they made a distinction between these kind of overloads in the secondary system that are with existing service connections, and then also new load that might cause costs due to new service connections needing to be installed. So if I understand your methodology correctly, you're basically allocating future load to existing premises with existing service connections and looking at upgrading those service connections. But maybe there's some possibility that there will also need to be new installations of service connections that might have different kinds or scales of costs. Is that something that your methodology captures and I'm missing that? And like generally speaking, do you have any thoughts about the different ways that kind of future load growth might affect the secondary system in more complicated ways than it has in the past?
Hi, Leo. Just first of all, I just want to be really candid that I haven't really had a chance to dive into PG&E's methodology, particularly around this component that you're highlighting. But just kind of reacting to your question on a high level, I do think secondary system planning, I want to acknowledge that's something that's very different from how we plan the distribution system on the primary side, right? It's inherently very dynamic, a lot granular, and a lot of changes driven by customer and the actual field condition is going to drive the need for secondary upgrades. That's one of the challenges of doing that sort of the deep dive analysis that you're referring to, because like in practical terms, right, we have a lot of groups and boots on the ground working with the customer, and a lot of secondary transformer replacement will happen as part of failure with this equipment themselves. Some are coming through the customer energization, right, supporting customer energization needs, and some may resulting transformer replacement to a larger size, and some may result in a new transformer. It's kind of hard to pinpoint that to like align that exactly in a study like this, especially looking up to like 2030 and 2040, right? Because there's so many unknowns that happen on the granular system that could change the outcome. I'm not sure if I answered your question, but feel free to clarify further if I missed that.
No, I think that really addresses my question. I guess my follow-up question would be, this study, of course, is an oversimplification of lots of different things, but you've done a clear methodology and done your best to kind of forecast these costs. Maybe from the perspective of thinking about uncertainty, do you think that uncertainty in the specificity and granularity of the secondary system in the way that you just described, could that be a really high cost uncertainty in the future that might change these cost outputs a lot? Or would you expect, your estimates to be maybe not super precise, but not off by orders of magnitude or, anything significant in the future? Just thinking about the way that you think about uncertainty and the difference between the granular reality and the kind of modeling that you've done here.
Yeah, that's actually a very interesting question. I think, on a scale perspective, right, you're probably noticing that our numbers are a lot smaller compared to PG&E. In particular, like the ratio between the primary and secondary systems, our secondary system is relatively a small component of the overall cost. So that's kind of one quantitative aspect just to consider in the grand scheme of the things. When it comes to like answering like how exactly that's going to change out considering the uncertainty, that's a little bit hard to answer, because I feel like probably on a like sort of the ballpark, the cost aspect, it's probably not going to be that far off, assuming the load growth is going to trend towards and follow the policy directive that's coming in California. But I would say personally, I think there's going to be a lot of differences around like when exactly some of the needs is going to come up and where exactly the needs is going to come up. And it's also going to be like dependent on like what customer on the circuit and on the transformer is the first in line to trigger those upgrades. So that's kind of like the part that's hard to predict. And there's also a lot of changes that's also happening as far as, these actual like life cycles of these service transformer, right? Some of the organic replacement is going to happen, which may change like exactly where these costs fall on a scale of like the years. But at the, the scale like of the total cost, I would think that's probably like the ballpark analysis informative enough to indicate what that would look like on a longer horizon.
Okay, great. I really appreciate that answer, and yeah, that definitely covered what I was going for. Thanks for the clarifications and sharing that insight into the way that you all are thinking about the secondary system.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Oh, I see Saeed hand up. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much for the opportunity again. So I have a general conclusive question. The study ended up having demand flexibility scenario with about 3% peak reduction. This seems like a low number compared to what expectation are out there usually. So do you have any idea of why that's the case? Because I also asked a question in the chat that was not answered. That could in part contribute to that. I read what I write down, which is on the device level chart that you showed earlier on your primary presentation, on the primary circuit presentation. There is a significant EV charging block, which is shown in green color, that's happening during peak hours, which is not necessarily significantly lower than that of the off-peak hours. So given that time of use behavior and what you're observing from your customers, is it the case that is contributing to this lack of flexibility? Yeah, exactly. I'm referring to this figure. Is it the reason that this is like, because 3% seems really low with the potential specifically for the transportation electrification demand?
So just to be clear, is this the graph that you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can see here, compared to the previous graph scenario, this is where EV charging is in the hours 16 through 20 for just our regular base scenario where we use the shapes provided to us by the IEPR. But going to the next slide, there is a pretty significant reduction, as you can see here, from hours 16 to 20. So that is definitely one of the biggest contributors we have to the reduction in load. Now, to your point about 3% being not a too significant reduction, one of the issues we ran into is that if you try to move the charging for EVs to a different hour, a lot of the time you just end up creating a new peak and you end up creating actually more overloads instead of less overloads, which was the entire point of this project. So
are you referring to overnight peaks?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you referring to overnight peaks?
Yes, exactly. Well, not just overnight peaks. You could shift it to, say, 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. and you would still see the same thing. So you need to spread it out. And you also need to do it in a way that's not so targeted that would be unrealistic. Like you could give, every single circuit a different TOU rate, but there's no way we would be able to manage a program like that. And there's no way our customers would accept a program like that. So you need something that can still fit our customers in general and is practical to implement, and then also something that effectively reduces overloads. So this is, after trying several different TOU structures, this is the one that resulted in the most reduction in overloads for us. So even though 3% might not seem a lot, that's essentially what proved to reduce the number of overloads for the most for us.
Thank you for the explanation, Wasim. I appreciate that.
Any other question? Angelica, are you seeing anything on your end?
No. No, I don't think I see hands up or anything, so I don't think there are more questions. I was actually messaging PG&E and asked them if we could move your presentation to 12 instead of 1, so we can have like an early lunch from here to 12 and then reconvene at 12 p.m. I think they are checking that with the team.
Hi, Angelica. Yes, that's fine. We can start at noon.
Okay. Gabe, is that okay on your end? Give me 1 second, please. Okay, then I think we'll break here right now, and then we'll reconvene at 12. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Najeba. Thanks to everyone for your participation and thoughtful engagement during our slides. Appreciate it.
So this afternoon, sorry. This afternoon we will hear from PG&E, who will walk us through their draft results, methodology, scenario outcomes, and key findings for EIS Part 2. I think they have a slight modification on how they will take questions, but they will cover that in a second. So PG&E, thank you for being here. Please go ahead and let me know when you're ready.
Yes, this is Bill Peter with PG&E. I think we're ready to get started. So welcome everyone. We're going to go through our Electrification Impact Study Part 2 results. We have the PG&E team on here. I'm Bill Peter. I'm Senior Manager of our Electric Planning Modernization Group. Also speaking and participating on the panel today, we have Tom Nguyen, who will talk through the overall framing of the study as well as a lot of the solutioning. We have Mark Jimenez, who will talk through a lot of the forecasting methodology, and he works in the distribution planning group. We also have Ahmed Beckett, who will be speaking a lot on the demand flexibility components. We are going to structure this, we'll kind of be weighing in throughout together, so a bit more of a panel format as we go through. And then regarding the questions, as Angelica mentioned, we will take questions as we go. You can certainly put them in the chat, and we'll try to answer them if they're relatively straightforward in the chat. But if they warrant discussion, we'll speak to them during the presentation. We do have different, if you move to the next slide, we do have different sections. So we may kind of move through some slides and then pause for questions rather than stopping every slide. But we do have time. So we do plan on take questions throughout. And then we also have some time at the end for broader discussion as well. So, as you can see, here is the agenda. One thing to note, of course, this is all shifted forward 1 hour. So keep that in mind with regards to the time. And then another thing to note is we're going to talk through the methodology first. Then we're going to talk through what it means for like the forecasting, and then we're going to get into the results and the costing, and then the takeaways from that results. So a little bit of patience in terms of getting to the results there. The way we structured this is to talk through to make sure everyone's on the same page about how we went about the study, and then getting into the takeaways and the results in the second half, really, of today's workshop. Okay, and I think with that, we can move on to the next slide. So just to provide some general background on the study, the next one. So this is the Part 2 study. So this is the Electrification Impact Study Part 2. This follows up, of course, on the Part 1 study that was completed, and as Angelica introduced already, that this was really done by each of the 3 IUs. So we're talking here about PG&E's, specifically their approach. The high-level goal of the study is to estimate long-term distribution grid infrastructure costs, really associated with achieving California's electrification goals. Hence, it's an electrification study. And we're looking out through 2040. So this is an estimate of long-term costs. This is obviously a draft results too, and we'll be finalizing these for the final results. So we did try to align with how we generally approach distribution planning in general, this isn't the same as a full like distribution plan. We're not trying to identify, specific investments we would make in 2040, for example. So it is meant to be more of a system level study in terms of aggregated costs. We did look at 2030, 2035, and 2040, and we'll present results for those 3 years. We also tried, where appropriate, to show kind of annual trends or interpolated between those figures to give a sense of how it changes over time using those 3 snapshots. Importantly, we did distribution and secondary grid. We'll talk through that. We heard from this morning about San Diego on their approach to that. We took a slightly different approach on our secondary grid that really was kind of a first time of approaching this way, to look beyond just capacity on the secondary system, but also to look at service connections. So we'll spend some time going through that, really the learnings that we're undertaking on how to do long-term secondary planning. We also performed the different scenarios as shown on the right, including the base case. I'll talk about that first. On the base case side, important to note, our base case basically is based upon IEPR, as same with the other utilities. Important to note that this is like a mitigated base case, and we'll talk what we mean by that. So we actually did use engineering in that base case, and actually kind of mirroring what we usually actually do in terms of our actual existing processes. That's in contrast to what you might describe as an unmitigated or a high cost case. We did not, in the EIS, we did not do, the part 2, I should say, we did not do an unmitigated high cost scenario. Our base case is consistent with like kind of our current approaches to planning. And that's why we refer to it as mitigated, and we'll get into what mitigations we're talking about there. We also did the equity case that we'll talk through in terms of, basically scaling up DER adoption and what that means in terms of infrastructure investments. Scenario 3 is our enhanced demand flexibility scenario. And we obviously compared between these different scenarios as well. Scenario 4, if you've seen our draft report, you will notice that it's not yet completed. Scenario 4 is underway. In this presentation, we'll talk a little bit about our methodology for Scenario 4, but we're still working on the actual results, and we'll talk through our plans for that in terms of the results and also in terms of our method for Scenario 4. We'll also talk a lot about not just the costs, but what are the implications, both in terms of where we might need to scale up in terms of delivering the infrastructure to achieve the high electrification future, as well as a rate pressure analysis that we undertook. Okay, one last thing before I hand it over to Mark. We also tried to approach this study in a way that leveraged our, not just our processes, but also our tools. So that way the learnings that we have gained from the EIS can be more directly integrated into our planning processes. So that it's actually been a really useful exercise for us for all really the whole scope of the study, in terms of learnings that you can leverage to improve our processes and our tools. And we'll talk about that some today, as well as really build upon that in our final report that will be coming out in January. But just as a real high level thing, by leveraging a lot of our existing processes and tools, it makes it much easier for us to integrate into our actual models and our planning processes. We worked with E3, who you heard earlier, as well as our Integrated Analytics, who does our LoadSEER platform. And E3's team was actually presenting with San Diego, so there's some similarities between some of the modeling approaches we had versus what they had, and they'll be on as well if we have questions that they want to weigh in on. But with that, I'll pause to see if there's any high level questions on scope before we get into method, or anyone else on the team wants to add anything.
So Bill, did you want to comment on the format of questions?
Yeah, so we'll take, if people want to put questions in the chat, we'll try to, if they're simple, we'll answer them. But we also are okay with questions, verbal questions throughout. I may ask that the presenters are kind of at least like they may want to finish their slide or like connected thoughts of a slide or two, and then take questions. But we're, I think, and I assume raising hands can work. But given the time, I think there's time if we want to have raised hands and questions. I think it's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Well, I will turn it over to Mark Jimenez from our distribution planning team, who will speak through the methodology for the study.
All right. Thanks, Bill. My name is Mark Jimenez. We can move the slide forward. And so I'm going to cover some methodology and things that we did in the study. I've been working on this project since the beginning, since we scoped it out and attempted to get and win the kind of the bid, so to speak, to do this project. And one of the main drivers was, as Bill was saying, was kind of integration with our tools. So we wanted to leverage the study to investigate, explore EV shape updates, fuel substitution shape updates, and other things, updates of the spatial model used to disaggregate the IEPR. And then also, I think we also wanted to execute the study in a way like we would normally plan. So, with that means that, we're going to take a look at this and do some line section modeling. We're going to use, our engineering judgment to decide when we think stations have connectivity enough to do transfers and stuff like that. So we wanted to really do this a lot like we would do our normal work. So the methodology we're going to go over here is very brief, so there'll be much more detail in the report, but we'll kind of go through as much as we can here. So the geospatial adoption model, that was generated by E3, which is a forecasting company who does a lot of studies. And what they were tasked with was coming up with, a set of propensities and potentials, which mean that potential is going to be the quantity of adoption that you're going to have in some geographical area, and then your propensity is going to be your probability of adoption. So essentially, we're looking at the entire PG&E system, and we're breaking it up into small pieces, and we're going to refer to them as hexagons because they're just kind of little parts. The granularity we used was the half-acre parcel. So if you can imagine the whole PG&E system broken up into half-acre parcels, that's the granularity of geospatial mapping that we did. And so what E3 did is they took all the inputs, the variables that you use for spatial modeling, like income and demographics and location and climate and all this stuff, and they created some underlying inputs into the spatial model that can be used to disaggregate something like the IEPR. And so there was a little bit of a change from our normal process, which is a point-based, which is a service point-based model. The hexagon is not really a service point, it's just a little geographical footprint, and they're all right next to each other. And so there was somewhat of a conversion. So that was their task, to take a look at all the adoption potential and the probability of adoption across the system for all the DER categories and provide that kind of data. And then those inputs were then fed into LoadSeer, which is a forecasting tool. And there you're able to apply the amount of growth per year. And when you put those things together, you get your annual allocations. In this model, we did do a lot of what we normally do. We do spatial disaggregation, like we subtracted out our existing known loads. So all of our applications for service, all of our known loads that we report in the G&A, those were all considered as part of the growth and removed as part of the growth inputs. And so what was left over for the categories was the remaining adoption, and then we used the simulation to spread the rest of it out. So it's real similar to what we do normally. Some of the things that were different was how far we went out. And so we'll talk about that here in a second. So the load impacts, you know, where the data came from. This is, you know, E3 is kind of pretty good at finding these sources. They used NREL's Res Comstock. It's pretty common from what I hear to kind of get and try to understand, you know, patterns. We have PG&E meter data, and we have the IEPR, of course, those data from the CEC. All these things came together to kind of create the input data from shapes to agent sets. And we also had assumptions about how, you know, we would think behavior would change over time to some extent. In the distribution model, once we had this forecast, well, we're able to get started on solutioning. And we had our existing solutions going out to 2029 from our previous cycle. So those solutions were brought into a new model with a different forecast. And then whatever leftover overloads were occurring in 2030, after we applied our existing solution set, we added some additional solutions. So in the 2030, year 2030, we were able to do a pretty similar line section modeling exercise and solution exercise as we would in a normal 5-year G&A, because it was only one additional year compared to our previous cycle. In 2035 and 2040, a different approach was used because when you start getting out that far, the line section modeling becomes less and less accurate. So we didn't feel comfortable really bringing something in at the line section level in 2035 and 2040. At that time, we start to get more broad and we start to get to a point where we're just really kind of looking at banks and, you know, interconnected feeders and stations and stuff like that. And from that, we were able to come up with, you know, kind of a quantity of transformers and feeders we would need out in the future. And I think we added some estimation of, you know, what type of line section extension would be needed. So what you want to take away here is that as you go through time, right, the closer you are, the 2030, you have a more refined engineering solution. And then as you go to 2035 and 2040, it becomes more and more broad. And that's because you're unable to really predict, you know, in an accurate manner where that load is out in 2040, right? It really could be in a variety of places, and you really only feel comfortable about, you know, larger geographic pockets when you're talking about your growth out that far. And from that, you know, we were able to apply a cost spreadsheet or cost, you know, per item, and we're able to use that to determine our total costs. All right, next slide.
We have a couple of questions
Sure.
from the chat. One of them, I think, has been responded. This was from Ben Huffman. So Ben, if it's not clear, please raise your hand. And the second one that I'm going to say out loud is from Saeed Manshadi. You can, so under distribution planning, you explicitly list applying traditional mitigations such as new feeders and banks. Did your solutioning logic strictly prioritize lower cost operational maneuvers like load transfer or voltage optimization before triggering this capital intensive upgrades, or did the model default immediately to building new infrastructure when a limit was reached?
So how it worked was the amount of capacity in the station and neighboring station was evaluated to determine if it's possible that you could do a transfer. And so if a transfer, well, if there was sufficient capacity that an assumed transfer could work, then that was the primary solution. So we would always be looking for that ability to do the transfer, even in a far out model. So in a far out model, you can't really fully get the cost of a transfer, because in real life, when you have capacity between stations or even between banks that are right next to each other, you know, it still could cost a lot to make a transfer because you have to build lines, et cetera. So it's not as easy as can be done. But the code can take a look. You know, we developed some code, and what it did is basically evaluated these, you know, kind of the headroom of places and the amount of load growth. And like if you had one bank that was 105% loaded, it was 2 megawatts, and the neighboring bank, you know, had 3 megawatts capacity, then you could assume basically that you're going to be able to do some line work, maybe not for free, but you should be able to transfer that load, so you wouldn't need a transfer. So there's logic like that built in. In the output of our code was a set of recommendations, which was provided to a group of seasoned engineers who do this type of work typically to review and to approve. So it kind of had both a an automated layer and also a human layer to kind of take a look and say, well, does that make sense, right? Is the solutioning really resulting in something that that maybe I would consider? And we worked through that, and the engineers had the final approval on the assets that would be added, and then the costs were applied. And that was done for both 2035 and 2040.
I'll add a little bit as well. So PG&E, in terms of what Mark also just mentioned, right? We did a 2030 analysis with a more detailed approach, looking at ourselves, determining where those transfers could occur at the circuit level. As we explored, as Mark had mentioned, about 2035 and 2040, those, again, like he had mentioned an example, bank-to-bank transfers, those were sort of things that we consider even substation to substation, right? So it's important to know that like a lot of the engineering thought went into both sides of these analysis, or both sides of these analysis in 2020, in terms of 2030, 2035, and 2040.
Yeah, and I believe the objective here for the EIS was to resolve the overload at 100%. So things like operational flexibility and reliability were not considered. And when you take those things into account, that's not really an EIS-based growth item, but those are also things that can impact costs, as you begin to design solutions. But if you kind of think about how you can try to, it takes a lot of work to do this contingency analysis. So, it really would have been beyond the scope to really look at that. But in an ideal world, I think you would want to look at that because reliability and operational flexibility is very important to the system overall.
Thank you, Mark. I'll move to the next slide.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so here's our three scenarios. So this is a little bit of a kind of a diagram or chart here showing what the difference was. So kind of as Bill mentioned, and kind of as I was trying to point out, is that our base scenario, it had all this change in forecast assumptions as created in conjunction with E3, IA, and PG&E. And this was a new forecast, and we imprinted our existing solution set on top of that, and that was the starting point. And that's what we mean by a mitigated solution, is that we're really starting from where we were in the past cycle, saying, hey, that at least we're going to need all of our existing solutions. So we physically just imported those into a model, and that became the starting set. We reran the forecast with all our existing solutions. So any EIS-based related overloads that could have been captured by our existing proposed solutions was already captured as the starting point. And then we proceeded into going into modeling for 2030, 35, and 40. And that was going to be the reference point, really kind of the measuring point, the foundation of how you really compare the other two scenarios as far as cost. The equity scenario, that was completed using the balancing equation. And much like SCE, we took the census tracts, and I had already mentioned that we used a hexagon, based approach. So our approach was to take the census tracts and then map them to the hexagons, and then the hexagons, you map them to feeders. And that's how you're able to kind of map this adoption or these needs. So using the balancing equation, we're able to take our existing adoption model from the base and determine, okay, what went into priority, non-priority population areas, come up with a number of megawatts, and it's quite substantial. So for the EV, a lot of residential level 2, level 1 growth was added in areas that were identified as as DAC, and then also the same thing for fuel substitution. So going through that, you add all that load in, then you have a new forecast. And then once again, you got to go through the same steps. You take a look at where your overloads are, and you do the line section modeling, and then the substation solutioning, and so on. So the propensities and the load shapes, those were similar. So we really added, more layers of these type of things in the model to achieve the distribution. The demand flex scenario, it does build upon the base. It takes into account all the existing adoption and where it is in the circuits. And the objective there was to identify, for instance, how much EV was going to be on a circuit, and it was really going to kind of let you know how much flexing potential. So it was really circuit kind of local specific, but it was category specific as well. So a lot of the flexibility of the demand was based on the existing adoption models. And what was leveraged was the openings that were left, in the middle part of the day, which is the assumption there is that, you're kind of shifting to areas of the day where there's less utilization of the system. And that approach was really kind of iterated through in a way to shift load around to the greatest extent possible, but also trying to avoid causing more overloads. So it's a difficult challenge. It's something you got to kind of go through a few cycles of. There really was no easy way to do it, but that's really how that type of analysis works. You have to start with some base, and then you have your assumptions, and then you shift, and then you test, and then you run your forecast, you see how it comes up, and you fine tune and make adjustments to it. So those are the how we executed the 3 scenarios. All right, next slide. So load shapes, like I said, we wanted really to take our load shapes to a new level, and so E3, they definitely helped us do that. They were able to help us break out, specifically call out our medium and heavy duty shape set. Previously, we had one fleet shape that was really kind of the outcome, or really the shape of the IEPR medium heavy duty hourly file, really, which was kind of a one interpretation of how the customer would behave. And I personally got a lot of feedback that, hey, this is not really how our customers are coming to us. That they've given us profiles. It doesn't look like this. Is there anything else? So we really needed to expand our medium heavy duty fleet shapes set. And we also wanted to take a look at the existing shapes like residential level 2, workplace and public that we had already, and kind of make sure that we're updating those. So we went through that process of rebuilding the shape library for EV. And so after E3 came up with new shapes, then we reviewed them. We took a look, at some internal data for, residential charging and commercial medium duty, heavy duty charging, and try to see how close they could match up. And we came up with some shape sets that we think were a pretty good balance of trying to predict where the customer, how they're going to operate versus, the existing data. We also, let's see, I was going to talk about BE, but that's the next slide. So in here, below are the variables, different charger types, vehicle types, driving patterns, all this stuff. These were all the underlying elements that went to the model to try to figure out, what these vehicles are going to do. A lot of it was based on trying to avoid the peak hours. So you'll see a lot of the shapes, particularly for medium heavy duty, they have a, the peak period, which, we think that customers want to avoid because that's the most expensive. There's also a super off peak, which is kind of the middle of the day, which we think customers really want to charge at because that's the best deal. And then there's the off peak, which is kind of the overnight. And, we think it's kind of a medium. But even with those assumptions, I mean, sometimes, the way businesses operate, they're not really going to be able to fully, shift off of 6 p.m., right? They have business models and they got to get stuff done. So you'll find our shapes have some assumption of, charging like a base load kind of charging assumption throughout the day, because that's just really what we found is how things operate. And as far as the shapes, I'm sure that everyone's like, well, where are they? You know, they're in the appendix. So we could take a look at those at the end. But if you have the deck, you can kind of flip through to the end of the slideshow and take a look at them yourself, and we can answer any questions about them as we go. All right, next slide.
Yeah, there's one question
All right.
on in the chat, but I think this, well, you tell me, but I think this is going to be covered later. So one is from Tim Hunt. What level of battery storage and EV storage do you assume in your demand flexibility scenario? We haven't gotten to that part yet, right?
So the question is like for battery systems like that are separate from the EV, or are we talking about like how much battery is in the EV?
Tam, could you please raise your hand so I can unmute you? One second. Please go ahead and unmute you.
Great, thank you. Hello from Hawaii. It's raining nicely here, so you'll hear that in the background. Yeah, my question is, what megawatt range are you assuming for both stationary battery storage and EV battery storage in your default scenario? Do you have numbers there?
Can we defer that question to the EV scenario? We're gonna, we have another speaker coming on, Ahmed,
Sure.
who can talk about that.
And what about stationary battery storage? Do you include that in your deflex model? Because we're seeing, of course, massive growth in battery storage.
Yeah, so the our IEPR, it has a battery storage assumption in it, and it's got a residential and a non-residential. So for this study, we used the IEPR based amount. So they produce an hourly 8760 file for out through 2040, and that shape and combined with an existing disaggregation model was used in the background for this study. So there really weren't any changes related to the profile for battery storage for residential and non-residential. We used our previous data from our previous forecast.
Can you
and
clarify?
so the amount
you
would be the amount in the IEPR.
Okay, so you're just basically copying and pasting IEPR amounts.
Yeah, well, I think, okay, so the overall megawatt growth is one of the minimum criteria. The objective was to follow the IEPR. And so we were a little bit limited to not use our own viewpoint on how much storage megawatts would be installed. So that was a criteria for the study. The shape, we could have made other assumptions about the placement, the spatial locations of that, but we found that the previous model we had used was sufficient for that. So that's mostly why we didn't have a viewpoint on the megawatts of storage that were going to be installed over time.
And do you have the flexibility? Do you have the flexibility to include a high DER sensitivity in your deflex scenario?
Well, so yeah, a couple thoughts here. So I'll just real quick. We're gonna talk through the method for the deflex scenario, and then there are some slides that actually show the megawatts of the different TERs that are basically incrementally added in the deflex scenario during the forecasting results, as well as a preview of what that means in terms of the shifting. Mark, I wasn't sure if you were talking about the base case there, or you were talking about the flex scenario, the enhanced demand
The amount
flex.
of the amount of the storage was the same. I believe through all three scenarios.
Okay.
Yes.
So we'll talk
I
through
think,
that. Yeah.
I think as SCE or San Diego mentioned before, that difference in megawatt adoption, that's something that would be great to be expressed through, a state forecast, right? That they do have that. I mean, we do use one forecast, but they have different sub-scenarios. We just really use one, but perhaps in the future, we would kind of have we would take a look at those different, kind of like an envelope of, right, a high and a low. And that's really kind of an objective of another effort that we have going on called scenario planning. It could fit into something like that. So it just wasn't really, I think, part of this study, but it's a very relevant topic for deflex for sure.
Definitely I would support that kind of envelope scenario planning to give, you know, a high and a low, just because we are seeing such a shift, a positive shift on battery storage, both stationary and mobile and EVs. So look forward to, you know, possible changes in the future on that.
Okay. Any other questions on this one before we move on?
Yes, there are a couple more in the chat. From Saeed Manshadi, you can. Under propensities for the enhanced demand flexibility scenario, you list % adoption of load flexibility. Is this adoption percentage based on economic behavior modeling, what customers would actually do for a price, or is it a theoretical assignment?
Okay, well, let me go ahead and hurry up and get through my slides so we can get
Yeah,
demand
so
flex.
this is covered later, and then
Yeah,
I
I think it's like a huge fun topic that everyone wants to hear about, but
yeah, we have a
I'm
couple
just in the
more.
way, I think.
We have a couple of more questions, but
Yeah.
I want you to just confirm that this will be covered in later slides.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
we'll definitely talk about it more. Let's
Thank
save that
you.
question and we'll hit it up when we're looking at those deflex slides. All right,
Okay,
so
thank you.
let's go to number 9, which is building electrification. So this was really was a key update, breaking out the building electrification growth in the IEPR. So it really comes in as one column, and you know what's kind of odd about it is that you have some summer growth, which is cooling growth, but it's disproportionate and not even the same rate as the winter heating growth. So you know it's got this evolving shape over time. It's clearly made up of different categories, and it's really hard to forecast because you know it has kind of like some varying models. So in order to really make good forecasts, we found that it's important to try to break this up, that one shape, into different components. So we broke the overall growth into heating, cooling, and general. So heating is, you know, obviously your heat pump. Cooling is going to be your cooling that you're adding as you go and replace your heat pump if you didn't have it already, or maybe changes to your cooling setup that you have. And general is going to be water heating and range and all the other stuff that's not heating and cooling. So we found breaking this up into these categories really beneficial to kind of track these separate growth rates. And it would be great if the IEPR was to break it up as well. So to do that, you know, again, the Res Comstock from NREL was used to try to figure out, you know, how do these things separate. And also we had some supplementary data from the CEC that was more granular, that we used to kind of create these different shapes and these different types of loads. In addition to heating, cooling in general for residential and commercial, we also addressed the climate zones and the response and in different weather patterns within PG&E. So using the climate zone footprints for our territory, you know, we were able to make slightly different assumptions on how people behave from like coastal to valley models, where, you know, you can have a really, really different climate. So improvements to these shapes, and then our overall disaggregation methodology was completed during the EIS study. All right, next slide. So here's an example. This is showing residential heating, and so I'm not sure what time of the year this is, but it definitely, residential heating peaks in the winter. It's a winter peaking load. So overall, you know, this building electrification is really driving up the winter load over time. And, you know, naturally it's, you know, you're gonna have your heater on overnight. So that's why the peak's at, you know, 5 or 6 in the morning, because that's when it's really cold. And, you know, on the contrary, in the summer, you know, the cooling load is rather traditional. I think everybody's really used to working with hot summer loads. And so that you have the peak there at 1600. But the main difference, like I mentioned, was that these things don't grow at the same rate. And that's the trouble with our forecast and why we had to break it up this way. So these are categories of shapes that we have: residential, heating, and cooling. And for each of them, we have you know, potentially a Bay Area shape, a coastal shape, an interior shape, and a mountain shape. So it kind of just gives a little bit different sensitivity footprint to all of these different scenarios, and that just helps make the forecast a little bit more granular. All right, next slide. So here's the EV load shifting example. And so this is just a teaser getting into the demand flex. But as you can see, the objective here, the demand flex, is to take some load off of the peak hours and, even going into midnight, and kind of shift those to that midday when we think that, we're either going to have more favorable rates, or we're going to have, abundant generation, or it's just a time when we just don't have a lot of load online and it's better. So, kind of what you're going to take away from this is kind of a flattening of the shape. One thing I don't see in the shape is a lot of flattening of the midnight shape or the midnight peak, but I think we have more information on that as we get into the demand flex scenario. But so this is just an example of the shift based on EVTOU rates. All right, and with that, if there's no questions, we can pause for any questions that are non-deflex questions.
Just as a reminder, we have some more load shapes in our appendix. Obviously, there's load shapes in our report as well. So if there's any questions about those, we can definitely shift to those.
That's not a pun, right?
No.
All right, well, with that, I'm going to hand it over to Tom to talk about our secondary analysis. We have a pretty detailed new kind of thing that we did for secondary modeling, and Tom's going to tell you all about it.
Well, should we address the TOU rate question? I feel like.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so there's a question about in the draft report. This is from Ben Alvin from Cal Advocates. Thank you. PG&E stated that TO rates evolved through the study period. Could you elaborate on how they evolved and what determined that evolution? So I would suggest that maybe for the demand flex, it's better to think of it in the context of all the different options we considered for the demand flex scenario, rather than just like TO rate specifically. But maybe for the base case, do you want to?
We can take a look at that comment in the draft report. I think the rates and the periods were kept constant. So we don't really have any evolution of rates, I don't think, in our study, but we do have changes in people's behaviors.
Yeah.
So we do have that we feel the customer is going to, want to behave in a way that is either going to be cost saving, or it's going to support, kind of this whole effort. So perhaps we'll review that and see if that was stated properly in the report.
A good catch. So yeah, probably a little bit of a misstatement. We'll rephrase that for the final report, rather than saying implying that we have like different TOU rates changing. It's really the load shape and the customer behavior we have as adjusting over time in the base case.
Okay. Well, I think if that's all we got, then I can pass it to Tom.
Yeah, I think I saw another question, but maybe it was retracted. So if there's any additional questions, we can definitely come back, but let's go over the secondary methodology. All right. So as Bill and Mark had mentioned, we reverted over to doing our analysis by hexagons, not sort of this grid format as maybe said in the comments here. But these hexagons are essentially half-acre parcels where we can sort of incorporate where DER or load growth will occur. This was also, again, as Mark had mentioned, this is a recommendation by LoadSeer and E3 in terms of how we can geospatially put these DER growths and within these sort of areas. And it gives us like an ability to not be specific to a service point, but also gives us the ability to really map to an area where an existing or other facilities may have available capacity, right? So think of this as not, having the granularity of saying this customer, this service point will exactly have DER adoption, But this general area, which is still very small, and we have the dimensions of the hexagons in the bottom right, gives us the ability to say it's not maybe this specific service point or this specific customer, but in this small block, we know that 2 or 3 customers will have an EV or will have solar or will have battery, right? So it gives us that flexibility of saying of allowing for DER growth to be within an area, but not being very specific to a location, right? Again, sort of like these bullet points, localize accuracy while sort of being overly prescriptive. That's the benefit of it. The method also supports, scalability as we look at these hexagons and in sort of higher levels. We can look at them and predetermine where these DER growths are and where our existing transformers are. The symbology here that we're sort of showing is to give you, and it will serve later in these slides as an example, but it gives you an idea of like what logics we considered, what the hexagon is that we're evaluating, while also looking at sort of the neighbor hexagons as well. And we sort of talk about the distance between hexagons, the distance between the closest transformers, which is that red dotted line, and the DER growth being this sort of red circle, and the blue circles being transformers, right? Again, these will all play out, but some important things to know about the dimensions of the hexagon is that it roughly covers 183 feet, long diagonal. And that will play later into why we also felt that we did the analysis the way we did it. So I know you guys won't remember the symbology, but we'll go over this again over later examples. So let's go ahead and go over to the next slide. So when we evaluated the secondary, we took a lot of logic, or considered a lot of logic, right? And the reality is that we had 2 main replacement strategies within the hexagon. One using a summation of the load as well as the transformers, while the other being sort of this transformer proximity logic, which essentially the transformer proximity logic is essentially looking at where's that DER growth and where's the closest transformer that's nearby, and then evaluating that in terms of what that transformer can hold versus its capacity, right? We opted to use the summation of the transformer, and the reason why is because the transformer proximity came with a lot of computational issues, right, or computational hardship, and so determining where our DER is geospatially, and then determining the length of that versus or the length of that DER growth to an existing transformer, determining that length and evaluating if there's other existing transformers that are within the area, and figuring out which one is the smallest or the shortest of all of them, and then comparing it, right? There's a lot of computation that would need to take place for the transformer proximity. The summation of the transformers gives us the computational speed, but also gives us still precise values, or what we felt were pretty precise values. Going into the logic, what we did is, kind of like what the name implies, is we summed all the load within that hexagon, and then we summed all the DER growth as well as the existing load in the hexagon to see if anything exceeds, right? If the DER plus the existing load exceeds the existing transformer's nameplate, then we would replace it. If there's no transformers around there or within that hexagon, then we would just install a new transformer. So that's the logic that we ended up going with, the summation of transformers. Again, the drawbacks here is that it may not be as precise as using the DER or the transformer proximity, but there are other drawbacks with the transformer proximity as well, being that you might have the smallest transformer be the closest, while having a larger transformer that could actually accommodate the DER a little bit further away, right? So there's drawbacks to both sides. It's not just one. And again, because of computational needs, we probably steered more towards the summation of the transformer.
So I'll add a couple thoughts and maybe even some questions here, Tom. So there was so first, when we're talking about summation of transformers, we're talking about summing within a hexagon, and the size of these hexagons. We're talking about in general, a couple transformers. We're not talking about like hundreds. These hexagons aren't like massive areas where we have hundreds of service transformers we're summing up. Just confirming that, right, Tom?
Right. Yeah. These are half-acre parcels. Again, the long diagonal is 183 feet. So if you can imagine that, down the street of a suburban area, not too far off from where probably your closest fire hydrant is, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah. So in a way, it's just like a geospatial approach to planning the secondary system. And so, by summing up, you're summing up basically that geospatial area of your hexagon in terms of how you're planning for that hexagon, rather than trying to, precisely say that the load is going to be on this specific line, that's going to be on this specific service transformer. Because remember, we're modeling out to 2040 here. So I think that's part of the reason for the kind of like geographical summation approach here on top of the computational issues. And then there was also a question about using squares versus hexagons. I mean, I think we want to cover the service area. So we couldn't use circles because then you'd have overlapping and things, but we also, we're trying to get a geographical area. So hexagon is a little more representative of like a distance. Like in an ideal world, you might use circles, but then you would have overlapping edges and things of that nature. So, and that's my understanding of like why the hexagon approach we took here. Any other thing you guys want to add about kind of the hexagons, or is that
Yeah, I think it's
question?
a standardized approach for GIS mapping. So
that's true too.
we're kind of like planning. So we didn't recommend the hexagons, but the E3, who's a spatial modeling expert, that was sort of what they recommended, as well as Integral Analytics, who's really kind of an expert of spatial modeling.
Yeah, I can quickly chime in and verify, Mark. That's why we chose it. It's the system is called the H3 Hexagonal Spatial Index System. So it is a spatial indexing system for the entire world. Basically, there's different levels that you can model. We chose level 11, which is the size that our team's been mentioning. So pretty granular. And one of the benefits is that really any data set we can scale to the level 11 H3 cell that we're using, which is the hexagon of about 1,200 square meters. So it enables us to use a lot of different data sets and to be able to model really any granular location in the world. So our software engineers built our tools to use this H3 system.
All right, let's go to
we have a hand up.
Okay.
Just it's Leo from Cal Advocates.
Hi, thanks for taking the question. So you covered this a little bit, but I just wanted to ask specifically, using the summation of transformers method, I would imagine that there are circumstances where you have, say, load that is showing up on the boundary of one of these hexes, and the closest service transformer is just on the other side of the boundary, right? So in the summation of transformers within the hex, you're going to see no capacity, and you're going to maybe allocate a new service transformer, even though there is actually one pretty close by. It just happens to be across the boundary. So of course you're going to get errors in any system, but I was wondering if you have a sense of like how common that actually is, if you've done any kind of sensitivities to the size of the hex, and like how much you might expect sort of weird little spatial boundary effects to affect this kind of calculation.
Definitely going to cover that in the next slide, Leo. Appreciate it.
Oh, perfect. Thanks.
But yes, we're going to cover it in the example too, for sure. So let's move on to the next one. If there's not another hand up, Angelica?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So there's definitely more logic, Leo and team, is in terms of what we're saying here. So one of the things that is mentioned here is that we've also looked at to what you asked. We did a sensitivity analysis, right? Or we tested some of these parameters to explore what range of costs we could get in terms of the secondary. So some of the things that you kind of mentioned is, what is, what is the evaluation of the hexagon, or is there a consideration of beyond that hexagon? And the reality is that we did do some analysis of saying, what if we just did the analysis just on the hexagon itself? And then what if we were able to look at surrounding hexagons? So within that hexagon, I mentioned that it's 186 feet, right? So as we explore options of surrounding hexagons, we actually open that up to twice that amount. So the 186 now becomes 300 and 380 or 360. So now we have an expanded area, and this sort of hits to what our service transformers or secondary planning does currently, which is a lot of the new transformers that we install today typically are within a 300 to 400 feet range, right? One thing of that is because we want to make sure that we maintain the voltage, secondary voltage drop, but also too, we want to be cost effective in terms of how much of the line extension from the transformer goes out to the customers. So yes, we did consider that. There are going to always be edge cases where a DER growth is within that center hexagon, but sort of on the edge, and you have a transformer on the other side. And so, and I'll get into this later, but what selection we did, but there are other assumptions that we did make. I'll cover some of the other key assumptions that we made, which is if the transformer, if there is less than 3 transformers, or greater than 3 transformers, then we're going to install if there's less than 3 transformers, we're going to install a new transformer with the fully added capability. This sort of keeps the amount of transformers within again, half-acre parcel limited, right? So this allows for us to really think about and saying, we don't want to just keep installing new transformers. We want to actually have a limit to it and say that there's no more than 3. Same, if it does exceed 3, then we're going to replace the existing transformer. And how we decide that between overhead and underground is if it's all overhead, then we're going to install overhead. If we're going to install underground, or if there's all underground existing, then we're going to install underground. In case there was a mixed overhead and underground, we use the worst case scenario. So if it's end up being 50-50, 50% overhead, 50% underground, then we would decide to use underground. The reality between this logic is that we actually only have 1 unit cost that was used as part of this analysis. The 1 unit cost was 41,000 and represents sort of a blended cost of overhead, of what we install overhead and what we install underground. So in the grand scheme of things, the assignment of overhead and underground doesn't actually have a cost impact, but those are some things that we can evaluate in the future if we get the granularity of, hey, there's 70% more underground or 60% more overhead, right? Those are some potential options for us to explore the sensitivity of our cost later on. But we did incorporate some logic in terms of determining whether we should install overhead or underground. There were also some considerations about doing line extensions when we're exceeding, beyond those hexagons, like as we kind of mentioned, anything that exceeds 300 feet or 400 feet, there were some parameters that we could adjust. ultimately we ended up not implementing a line extension cost. The reason why is because we found that the line extension cost and the unit cost had already had some built-in secondary line drop or secondary line services. So we didn't want to duplicate or increase in terms of or duplicate the cost of the secondary because of that. So we opted to not use the line extension logic that we created as part of this. In terms of overhead transformer sizes, those are the that we ended up using. So if you end up loading beyond a 25, we would replace with a 50. If you load it beyond a 50, then we would replace with 100, et cetera, et cetera. Same with the underground transformer sizes. Again, if you had 110 kW loading, we would replace it with 150 kW transformer. There was also logic in terms of starting size. So giving a very specific number and saying we're not going to replace, we're not going to install new transformers that have a minimal size and then come back to it, 5 years later or 8 years later and say we're going to replace that 25 kVA with now a 50 or 75. The reason why we mention all this logic is because, again, as we mentioned, we did a sensitivity analysis and try to figure out what makes sense in terms of what we would do as a business, what we would do, but also how we foresee the future, right? So as we looked at the installment of smaller transformers, we saw that there was early replacements within the years. And we felt that that's something that we could prevent, something that we could change within our standard and adjust accordingly. So one of the things that what we highly considered was actually using the starting size of a higher transformer, because it ended up, costing us, I believe, around $1 billion in terms of using the smaller transformers, if that made sense. So there was a lot here. I'll take any questions. It looks like, Leo, you had a question about the limit size of 3. Why did we choose that? Yeah, we felt 3 was adequate in terms of how maybe like the downtown areas may have some. While also we thought 3 was also could be too much within a half-acre parcel, right? So it was sort of like in consideration with our transformer team of figuring out like what makes reasonable sense. We don't want obviously a transformer within everybody's front yard, but we also want it to be reasonably spaced so that you could have a reasonable secondary line to a customer.
Great, thank you.
And I see another question about using underground for worst case scenario. Since underground is significantly more expensive than overhead, doesn't this assumption artificially inflate the secondary system cost? Yes, it could, but as I mentioned, we used a unit cost of 41,000. Again, this was a blend of overhead and underground. So in terms of what we produced, and you'll see the cost later, in terms of what we see in terms of cost, the transformer cost for overhead is 41,000, as well as the transformer cost for underground was simulated at 41,000 as well. So although we might be able to redefine what's overhead and underground, from a cost perspective that you'll see later on in the results and in the report, those actually aren't really reflective of a artificially inflated secondary cost. All right, let's go to the next one. And the next one is an example of the logic that we sort of just talked about. I think we all sort of get it, but just in case, right? The example here is you have a DER growth of 10 kW while also having an outside DER growth of 30 kW. You have a transformer within a center hexagon there, sort of with this orange outline is the center hexagon. It has an existing transformer, which is that blue circle of 5 kW capability. You can see that obviously that center hexagon has more load than it does capacity, right? And so the logic here is that we not only look at that center hexagon, but we also look at the surrounding hexagons. This is the logic that we incorporated as part of our analysis, to not just look at the center hexagon, but to also look at the surrounding hexagons. So the summation logic now says the 5 kW transformer, as well as the transformer that is just outside below it, which is rated at 25 kW. The summation of that equals 30 kW. The DER, because we're sort of looking at the neighbors as well, we also have to consider the DER growth of those neighbor hexagons, right? And so the 10 kW as well as the 30 kW outside of that is also considered, which means that the total load, existing load plus DER, is equal to 40 kW, which means that we still exceed the transformer ratings and loading, transformer capability for that hexagon as well as the neighbor hexagon. As we evaluated using the coincidental loading, not just throwing peaks on top of each other, not the non-coincidental peak, in other words. We evaluate and say, hey, we need a replacement. Because it's less than 3 in terms of transformer, we triggered a new transformer for this hexagon, right? That new hexagon then is created and we put it within that center hexagon there. In terms of sizing for step 3, we size it based off of what is needed. So because the delta or the difference between the load and the capacity is 10 kW, right? 40 minus 30. We determine that, based off the minimum size that we have installed or that we have as part of our parameters and options, that we're going to install a 25 kVA. Now, as I mentioned before, there's additional logic that we can consider, right? The option is that we can install the next size up transformer to try to predict or try to get ready for, future load. So if we had that logic enabled, which we ended up doing, if we have that logic enabled, then we would go with the next size up. And in this case, we could actually go with a 50 kVA transformer. Now, again, I want to reiterate, there's 1 unit cost that was used as part of this, right? And so the sizing of the transformer didn't overall impact, well, I should say it impacted in the sense of evaluating the transformer from that time period to up until 2040, but it doesn't impact the cost at that moment, right? Okay.
We have a hand up.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Leo again from Cal Advocates. First, I just want to say I really appreciate this example, and I think it really helps understand, how this is working, and definitely encourage you to put examples like this in the final report. I think it's great. I have a few questions about this, so if this isn't an area that we want to stick on for a long time, if you feel like we need to move on, I'm happy to hold them for later. But just to ask at first, looking at the example here, if I just imagine that there aren't any loads in any of the hexes that are around the ones that you've shown here, I could imagine you could do the same math in the hex that has that 30 kilowatt DER growth And if you are doing them simultaneously, you would want to install a service transformer there as well, right? Because it would look around and see the same gap between nearby service transformers and nearby loads. So I would imagine you could double count that load if it's happening simultaneously. Are you doing it sequentially? And if so, is there some kind of order? And then another question I would have is like, let's say on the other side of that 30 kW DER growth or like load growth, there's another big service transformer. And so actually that load is, sort of being covered and the 25 kW is free, right? So it's a similar question to the one I asked before where I think looking at this larger zoomed out effect, you're probably going to correct the boundary effects that I was asking about before. But then because you're solving a problem in one hex by looking at adjacent hexes, you really have a risk of double counting certain kinds of things depending on the distribution. So I'm curious how you handle that, and if you've seen double counting show up.
Yeah, we were definitely concerned with that for sure, and I'm glad you thought about it as well as looked into the report. Yeah, we had to approach this sequentially. So we had to move around these hexagons in a sequential or in a sequence, right? So to not double count. So as you pointed out, when we look at the hexagon in this example, the golden hexagon, when you assign a transformer, you're sort of accounting. There's an accounting sort of record that says you installed this transformer and you're handling this load. This load, that 30 kW in this example, is sort of now tied to that new transformer that we just installed. So it's not going to be like, hey, when you go to that next hexagon or go to the next step in evaluating your hexagons, so once you get to that 30 kW hexagon, you're not saying, hey, I need a new transformer. The accounting already is done, and so it's already sort of assigned to that orange hexagon that we're showing now. So that yes, there is some accounting steps that is essentially done to ensure that there is no double counting.
Great. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And then to your second part of your question, which like you said is very similar. If you evaluated a hexagon that's beyond that 30 kW, obviously you're not going to say, am I going to consider that 30 kW anymore? The answer should be no. It shouldn't be considering that 30 kW anymore. We did do some validations to ensure that. It's not to say that we may have missed some validations, we may have missed some steps, but we did validate and ensure that the accounting was working to the extent that we did.
Great, that makes sense. Yeah, my follow-up question is sort of about a validation like that, which I'm curious if maybe it's in the report and I missed it, or maybe you're going to get to it. But if you just look at the total load that's being added and then the total capacity being added, at the secondary level, if that's something that you can report and just kind of like the degree to which the numbers make sense and the utilization of the newly added equipment makes sense. Just because that's a clear way to zoom out from the kind of little picture and for me to see like, oh, okay, when we've run all of this in sequence, we get this much load overall and this many new service transformers, and those numbers are similar. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. I think in terms of what you're looking for is in terms of how much how much capacity and how much load within this general areas, and then just ensuring that there's enough capacity to meet the demand. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. Well, not just that there's enough capacity, but that like something weird didn't happen and suddenly there's way too much capacity. Maybe just step back for a minute. Part of the reason I'm really trying to understand how this works is that you have this very strong result that there's like tons of costs coming out of the secondary system. So I'm just asking questions to make sure I understand, and also like in the final report you have a lot of detail that shows like, yeah, these costs are kind of surprising and kind of different compared to the other utilities, but here are various checks that we've done and that we can show that this is a really result of the model and not some kind of weird side effect of part of the modeling. So yeah, I don't need to ask more about this right now, but the more you can elaborate on the ways you understand kind of the relationship between the modeling and this sort of surprising result, and the more you can in the final report kind of demonstrate those kinds of checks that you've done, I think that would be really helpful to us.
Yeah.
But thank
I
you so much
appreciate
for the explanations.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Leo. Yeah, we definitely have some validation and graphs that we can show as part of the final report, to sort of hit to some of your questions. Yeah.
So Bill and Tom, didn't we find that the cost that we got to was similar to our annual cost that we typically spend? It's just that it's large, but I think it's in line with our normal course of business, right?
We did, yeah. So actually, let's touch on a couple different things here. So the approach here is to model not just like a capacity needs on the secondary system. So we do, like, when we invest in the secondary system, a lot of that is driven by effectively serving customers, and which is kind of how we've taken like a geographical approach to this. So I think coming back to kind of the question, if we sum up the capacity and then compare it to the load, that's like a capacity oriented approach to planning the secondary system. And I think this is somewhat of a different approach that we're taking here. We certainly do look at the capacity too, but even as Tom was talking about, our sizing logic, we're using the same cost for the different sizes. So it's even hard to, we're probably in the model, we may even be putting in, an oversized service transformer. In reality, maybe we'd put a smaller in if we felt real confident we weren't going to have that load growth, but it's not going to affect the cost, right? What I do think, though, is that, we're going to explore a lot, like how does the geographic approach and, putting in new transformers versus, just replacing existing ones, how that might be impacting the as we try to learn from these results. But I do want to, that's one of the main differences, I think, between our study and the other studies is we weren't just trying to model, the overloaded capacity on the secondary transformer. We were trying to model basically the new connections coming in on a geographic, load showing up geographically, and how we would go about serving that load, which is more comparable to kind of the broader service planning approach. So I guess I agree with the comparisons that we should do and try to explain that better in the final report. But just to preview that a little bit, I don't think it'll be as simple as just saying, well, what's the load versus the capacity, because this approach is meant to look at the geographic element and the service aspects of it, not just the capacity aspects. And that is a difference, I think, than the others. And then just to come back to Khalil's question, just to confirm, Tom, in this example where we would be installing a new service transformer, right, to meet this additional load that we're seeing in this area, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Great. I really appreciate all that clarification.
Yeah. But thanks, Tom. And so, yeah, and again, this is an area that we've had done some sensitivities because we're learning from it, and we will try to build upon that more in the final report. But directionally, the sensitivities are indicating that this is directionally they haven't directionally changed the conclusions that we drew in the draft so far, at least.
Yeah. All right. All right. With that said, let's go over the results. Let's sort of recap. We went over the methodology. We went over how we did distribution planning solutioning, as well as how we did secondary solutioning as well. So now we're going to get into how did that impact our...
Tom, you're a little bit choppy.
Oh, I apologize. I'm going to adjust a little bit. Is it still choppy?
No, you sound good now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We went over the methodology that Mark did a great job in terms of the methodology for secondary. We just went over that. Now it's really about looking at how we take all those forecasts, both on the primary and secondary, and how that impacts the peak demand, what changes to the equity adoption and what demand flex and the need for orchestration really means here. So let's go over to the next slide. So the biggest thing that we're seeing here is that we know within the three scenarios what generally will occur. Equity will increase in the energy usage because we kept the DER adoption for non-DACs consistent while disaggregating more load onto the system, specifically in the disadvantaged communities, right? This in turn will increase line loading, bank loading, and substations that feed those areas, and resulting just in general higher demand and higher peak, right? And so that's what we see in this graph on the right. We see a peak of 29.6 gigawatt in 2040, which is a 1.8 gigawatt increase from the base, which is that blue line. Sorry, let me describe the lines on the graph. The blue line is our 2023 IEPR base scenario, right? It's our system peak throughout the years, 2020 from 2025 to 2040. The gray line represents our equity scenario, and that's the one that I was just referring to, which increase over the years from 27.8 over to 29.6, which again, as I mentioned, is a 1.8 gigawatt increase in the summer peak. For demand flex, as we can kind of see and predict, that demand flex alternatively doesn't decrease the total energy usage, but it sort of shifts and shimmies or sheds the peak time or the peak usage. And the effect is sort of shown in here as it reduces the peak throughout the years from 2029 or 2030, essentially to 2040, right? And so we can see that effect of it, which is approximately 2.2 gigawatts of peak difference, right? As Mark had mentioned, we use loads here, and so some of this is an export of what those forecasts are as they affect our summer peaks throughout the year. All right, let's go over.
So, I'll just add one. That on my head.
Okay. Well, Bill is fixing that.
Did that fix it? Sorry about that.
Yeah, fix it.
So just for comparison purposes to the report here, in the report we mentioned approximately 2.7 gigawatt change. That's to do with like the coincident summer peak versus the non-coincident. So and we'll try to make that clearer in the final report, but that's just something. And then the amount of demand flex we have is obviously more than 2.2. It's about how you measure it versus the system peak. But you'll see a slight difference in how it's presented here than in the report.
Right. Yeah, and we're going to actually dive into the equity line as well as, or the equity scenario, as well as the deflex scenario as well. So the next few slides will cover that. So in the equity, right, as we were all opted to do, is we had to keep the equity ratio as defined in that sort of top right, which is maintaining the same ratio as the non-priority areas, or the priority customers versus the all customers, equal to the priority adopted over the the non-DAC or the total adoption of KW. So it's really about the ratio, and I probably won't go into too much detail about that because I think San Diego Gas and Electric already covered it very well here. But you can see that in order to get the ratio to be equal, which is sort of those two columns in the middle, all KW over all customers, as well as the priority KW divided by the priority customers. You can see sort of in that top row, we have for the all customers 0.120, and then for the or sort of the priority customers being 0.090, or the disadvantaged communities. So there's a gap in that ratio, right? So in order to make that equal, there needs to be a percent increase of 81%, or 217 megawatts of load needs to essentially be assigned to home L1. So while the disadvantaged communities are scaled up to essentially match the same per customer adoption ratio based off the existing propensities. The same with home L2, you can see that there's a significant increase there, as well as residential heating. So those that I'm highlighting right there in the red box are sort of showing where that is geospatially on the map, right? And I think we've highlighted those in the report of where those residential heating and home level 2 and level 1 charger, where we're seeing those increases from the base over to the equity. There is some, school bus, work L2, and public DC fast charging that subsequently also needs to be increased, but not as significant as the home L1, L2, as well as the residential heating. In terms of process, right? PG&E retained the same propensity scores as the base scenario, but we set, after the base scenario, we set the tech potential to 0 in the non-priority areas, and then we revise the tech potential in the disadvantaged communities to allow for that disaggregation of the DERs appropriately to the DACs, essentially. I'll pause here if there's any questions.
I see more, there are like a couple of comments. I don't see questions, but I guess PG&E staff can address this. I see just one question from Sundar, IPE. What is the rationale for not moving load from non-DAC to DAC areas instead of adding new load to DAC areas?
I think that's how we defined, I think that's maybe just how we were instructed to do so, right? So
that's correct. We had questions on how to execute this when we received the minimum requirements, and we collaborated with Energy Division to come up with a method, and that was the agreed upon method for the study.
Yeah, I think also like the purpose, we can let EP weigh in here for a second, but the purpose of the study was not to decrease the amount of DER adoption in non-priority communities. Instead, it was to examine if there were policy changes that were to drive up DER adoption in these priority communities to be consistent with what we're seeing in non-priority communities. So that was the kind of the purpose of the study. I don't know if Energy Division wants to weigh in on that rationale, or just if that sounded like a good explanation.
Yeah, exactly that. We didn't want to subtract from other areas. We just wanted DAC communities to kind of have the same level of DER adoption as the rest of the other geographic areas.
All right.
And then then there's a question. I don't think we've addressed this one yet. Really a comment, but I think there's a significant, well, I said massive, 4,368 megawatt increase in home L2 charging in the equity scenario, and the suggestion to pair this with the increased managed charging assumptions. So we didn't, we haven't made an assumption about how state policy might adapt, to such a significant load increase. What we are trying to show is, if you had this much, obviously increased adoption of EV charging, home EV charging, what would that result in terms of infrastructure costs? Of course, there might be ways to mitigate that down. The one thing just to kind of remember is as we go through these cost changes, right, this is about increased load on the system as well. So as we, in the final report, we'll be doing some examination of like what this would actually mean in terms of rate pressure. But just to keep that in mind, right, that this, what's driving, what we're talking about here is really an increase in the amount of load on the system and the amount of use of the system is what we're modeling in the equity scenario. But yeah, you're understood your point regarding the load flexibility. We did, and just to clarify from before, as we scale up, we did use the same assumptions for the base scenario as we did for the equity in terms of how we model load flexibility. But of course, we're assuming, depending upon how those EVs are modeled, the TOU rates, et cetera, we did to scale that up accordingly for the purposes of the equity scenario.
All right. Moving on to DFlex results and forecasts and how it impacts. So for DFlex, we essentially saw a reduction in the peak load by a range of 2.2 to 3.1 gigawatts, and we'll get into that a little bit further. But here's sort of a breakdown of all the demand flex that we're incorporating: the V2G, the EV charging, active management, the battery, the BE, or building electrification, as well as some version of dynamic pricing. And I think to what everyone expects, V2G grows to about 859 megawatts between 2035 and 2040. You can see that DFlex grows from the graph on the right, from 350 megawatts over to 2,770 megawatts. So when we talk about that 2.7 gigawatts, we're really referring to the total amount of DFlex that we're able to deploy during that 5 p.m. Peak time for 2040. But as you'll see in the next slide, it's not 2.7 in terms of peak reduction. We're going to see a different number in terms of what that ends up actually being. But this is a graph more or less just showing how we move through time, 2030 to 2040, in terms of how much demand flex grows for each of the load shapes, or for each of the load that we're flexing. Note that load shifting from system peak to off peak can trigger new upgrades if it's unorchestrated, and we're going to dive into that a little bit further. So next slide. So as we look at sort of these
Sorry,
peak
Tom interrupts just real quick. Can you go back to that slide? Because we had some questions about, different components earlier. I just want to make sure we address that. I think this is maybe the best. And I know you're on. Maybe just talk through the different components of this plot a little bit more.
Sure, yeah. No, I believe the question was from Tam. But yeah, no, I think to Sam Beckett here from PG&E to address that question, these are the components of different technologies that we modeled in the and the enhanced demand flexibility scenario and how they evolve up until 2040. And these components, namely, that's the EV is definitely the biggest one of them, and that's coming from either that will be vehicle to grid, like those vehicles through a bidirectional charging will be able to inject energy back into the grid. And the second component is managed charging, And under that comes both the active and passive charging of those vehicles. And then we have the building electrification, which includes the HVAC, heat pump water heaters, management of that, and also all the other kind of like general other appliances like induction stovetop, all of these end users. And then finally, we have the batteries here as one of the forms of kind of like load flexibility, which comes as an additional to the flexibility that we have in the in the base case. I think those different components and the flexibility that we have here and their growth up until 2040 is, I think that's measured at the system peak by 2040, it's 5 p.m. But then that doesn't mean is this that flexibility at other times of the day, that's in the next slide, but also that flexibility is incremental to the flexibility we have on the system now, which is up until now is most of the time is targeted toward the system peak.
Thank you, Ahmed. And yeah, as I suspected, we were starting to get some questions on this, so this is great. So Gabe has a question on the different buckets, in particular how the dynamic pricing bucket is different from BTG, managed EV charging and BESS. And then following up on that, like all of those could also be on dynamic pricing. So how have we delineated these different buckets?
Great question. So let's take one. So V2G here, that's the assumption of vehicles would be charging maybe through midday and discharging during the peak time, but within every single day at the same circuit we're coming to pretty much net zero. Is the vehicle need to charge and discharge, and what was one of the assumptions we have in here, plus any kind of like inefficiencies we have from this charging discharging process. Managed charging, that the way we identified, and also the way we identified in the draft report, is we look at the effect of dynamic pricing and the effect of active management, both of them kind of together. And the way we look at it is the rates or the dynamic pricing that's going to shift customer behavior towards maybe charging during certain times of the day, but that's not a guarantee that this will happen, and it's not a guarantee that not like all the behavior will shift towards a certain time of the day. And then we have active management, which is a guarantee that it's a guaranteed method of a firm load management of how we can like stopping chargers from charging at that time and shifting load around to other times of the day and kind of like spreading that load across kind of like different hours. So these are the two big components for EV. And the third bucket here for the battery storage that we have in here, that comes as an additional utilization of the batteries we have already in IEPR. So looking at the growth that would have in the base case and the number of batteries that were going to be adopted by that time by 2040, and assuming those batteries are going to, one, continue what they're doing currently, which is dispatching during the peak time, but second, they also might show some elasticity in how they might respond to the rates. And so that dispatch can be more targeted during different hours of the day where the pricing can be really high. Just pausing and looking at the question again, seeing if I answered all of these components.
I think so. Yeah, thank you, Ahmed. There's a question from Khalil. What type of vehicles, LD, school buses, et cetera, make up the V2G number?
Great question. Out of the different end uses of EV, we considered residential, so that's home L2, and depot, medium and heavy duty, depot charging in school buses. And these are the most adequate application for V2G. And talk about the orchestration piece here. I think we'll get to that, but the idea here is that we're only here presenting at the 5 p.m. The potential of 5 p.m. But if you go to the next slide, that shows the growth of that potential over the years and also at the different hours of those years and how that potential grow from 1.6% 2030 up until 9.7% up until 2040. And that's that kind of like the 2.2 up until 3.1 gigawatt that we're talking about, where here comes really the time component will be detrimental on that megawatt reduction and is it constant or non-constant. And also if you notice that, you'll see a component of load reduction midnight. That's the blue line, that's the base case, orange line, that's the demand flexibility. And you notice there's a big component of load flexibility that's coming from EV Home L2 managed charging and reducing that load during midnight. And because of that, you can notice there's a big load shift that's happening here, where kind of like you have more load during early morning and midday versus reducing that load kind of like during the peak hour.
Yeah, and just to reiterate why we give a range of 2.2 to 3.1 in case you're not able to see the relationship of the numbers. You know, that 5 p.m. that you're seeing in the 2040, you can see that we referenced 2.77 gigawatts that we're reducing, and that's the 2.7 or 2.7 gigawatt that you saw on the previous slide, right? So at 5 p.m. we're reducing it by 2.7 gigawatts, which essentially is what you see there. The 2.2 is essentially referring to the reduction of that peak demand from 27 gigawatt or megawatt, oh sorry, gigawatt to 25.02. And so that's what we're referring to as sort of this range of you're effectively, you know, having 2.2 gigawatt to 3.1 gigawatt of reduction. The 3.1 that we're referring to is at 6 p.m. hour, which is how much demand flex we're able to flex at a different time period, but not essentially not the peak time, not exactly the peak time, if that makes sense.
Tom, I believe we have one more slide before the results section, or two more slides if you can cover that.
Yeah,
first.
no. Yeah. So let's go over to the next slide. And the next slide, you know, one of the things that we probably did mention is that we solution for both summer and winter, right? There is, you know, building electrification as part of the DER forecast. So there is load that could come up and cause overloads because of building electrification, right? So we wanted to make sure we accounted for both summer and winter. The same is done for both primary and secondary analysis. What we're showing here is the amount of deflex that we would implement or have implemented both in the summer and winter period. Just to explain these graphs a little bit here is the negative reflects sort of the reduction in load due to the DER, while the positive reflects sort of a load usage, right? Again, the same color consistency. So if you notice, blue is the V2G, orange being the V1G, or the vehicle charging, dynamic pricing being the green, being building electrification being the brown or light brown. and the light blue being battery storage, right? So this sort of shows how we're doing deflex across these two different seasons. A couple things as Ahmed obviously pointed out is that yes, we reduce the charging for midnight, but we also increase in terms of or spreading that charging over the early morning, so from 2 a.m. to essentially 7 a.m. Same applies for the winter. The only difference between summer and winter, more largely, is that we do see some winter morning electrification. This sort of plays into the built-in electrification load shape that Mark had showed earlier, where we do see some 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. Heating that is due to customers or residents waking up and turning on the heaters for such. I think generally we applied demand flex where it makes sense for both seasons and evaluate both loads on the distribution facilities again for summer and winter. All right. Do we have any questions?
Yes. So, well, we did have a question about the orchestrated load shifting, which I think we can talk about when we get into that sensitivity, when we talk about the findings for that. So I think we can revisit that. The only thing I add is like on the EV, we even in the base case, right? Our EV charging is like it's not assuming every car is charging at the same time type of thing. It's a spread. It's a shape based partly upon like what we're actually observing in terms of the impact of TOU rates. But we can talk about what the orchestration, what we mean by that when we get to that section. There is a question about the increase in battery flexibility from 2030, and this is from Cindy. I'm not sure which party, but it sounds like the increase in battery flexibility from 2030 to 2040 was based on IEPR info. What about the other components? How are they increased? I'm thinking the other components might be like besides the battery. I actually don't know. So maybe Cindy, if you can clarify your question, that would be helpful. And then we do have a couple others as well. Why don't I return to that Cindy's question in a bit? So Khalil asked, have you evaluated the potential impacts of this demand flex on a more granular local level? Example, secondary. I'm curious about impacts on utilization of existing infrastructure and any possible deferments as a result of the V1G, for example. So I'll have a first pass and then I'll let Ahmed and others speak. So we did model, as we'll show the results, we do show the impact on the results of the primary and the secondary between, the base case and the enhanced demand flexibility scenario. So we are trying to capture the potential impacts on the secondary. An important point to note, though, is in this scope of this study, we do not consider customer costs. So customer panel type of things. On that same note, the demand flexibility we're modeling is as we get into it, we're down the secondary, but we're not doing premise level demand flexibility. So for example, a smart AMI 2.0 type of modeling is not modeled in our demand flexibility. So we're not modeling that, nor are we modeling the potential customer savings, having to upgrade their own panels as an example. That is not in the scope of the project, but the secondary system, we are attempting to model that and include that in the results. Anything team wants to add on that question? Okay, and then there's a question about any preheating strategy considered for building electrification.
I can take that one.
Yeah.
For building electrification specifically, when it comes to the HVAC end uses, we assume pure kind of like load reduction, like peak shaving, rather than assuming any kind of like snapback or preheating for building electrification HVAC components.
Okay, thanks. And then, yeah, this is a question about AI. Can you discuss how PG&E's massive projected AI demand by 2030 impacts these scenarios? 10 gigawatts the last I saw. I can't confirm that number personally, but yeah, so this actually is a great question that we should address. So, so a couple thoughts on this. So first, you know, when we launched this study, we used the 2023 IEPR. That a pretty significant change since then in the system level forecast in terms of the amount of AI forecasted. There is AI kind of built into the commercial component, and team, correct me if I'm misspeaking here, but it's now carved out and much more significant in the more recent versions of the IEPR. However, one thing I'll note is that, you know, we're really looking at distribution connected. So, and this is so it's kind of the purpose of this study is really an electrification study of the distribution costs. So, but it is valid to point out that we, you know, the study doesn't capture, you know, that potential substantial growth that we may be seeing from data centers, and what that may mean. You know, certainly for the transmission system is definitely not included, and then to the extent it affects the distribution system, that's also not in the study. We do have some, you know, data center load in here, but obviously the pretty significant change from the IEPR version that we used versus the more recent load forecasts. So that is good to call out. Anything the team wants to add or clarify on what I just said on that?
Tam Hunt has raised his hand, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask him to unmute. And after that, I suggest Cindy, please raise your hand so you can request more clarification on your question. I saw that you wrote that on the chat, but I thank you. So Tam, please go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. There is can you and if not, when could you? Big difference. And the second, I of course agree with you that most of that data center demand is connecting a transmission, but mine is it still does have a big impact on distribution for various kind of downstream reasons. And of course, some of that demand does connect at transmission or distribution or subtransmission, which I think has a more direct impact on distribution issues. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, so we don't intend to update the study itself with a more recent version of the IEPR forecast. However, you know, our annual planning cycle, of course, will, and you know, we're extending our planning horizon for that. So that I think that's going to be where, and that'll include, you know, as it's obviously getting scaled up in the IEPR, that'll include that impact to the extent that we're modeling it on the distribution grid. Right, and it's impacting the distribution grid. So that would be where we would study the impacts of increased interstator load on the distribution system. And then, of course, the CalISO is also, and similarly, we're doing a lot of studies in terms of cluster studies and things to model all that. But that's, you know, obviously happening in a separate area. And then I'll just add one other kind of, you know, your comment about the interactions, you know, also ongoing is basically more a reconciliation. This isn't just about data center loads, but making sure we're reconciling our distribution forecast with what's being modeled on the transmission system. So trying to make sure that they are synced up properly and that we're modeling them consistently. So, you know, I think as we see, and you mentioned, like, you know, we do come back to your last question about, you know, I can't really like speculate on how the exact interconnections will play out. We obviously see a lot on the transmission grid, but we may see them on the distribution grid. And then, of course, we would model and try to forecast those as we A, receive them, and B, start to integrate them into our load our planning process and build them into the forecast. So it's not just IEPR. Of course, there's other ways load can get into the forecast. If there's some applications, for example, on the distribution grid, that would also get into our planning process. But the short answer is, really we'll be looking to integrate that into the planning process itself rather than trying to redo the study with increased data center loads.
A quick follow-up. I guess I worry that the study is going to be out of date immediately if it's not updated, because this is a big shift in many ways, as you surely know. I mean, 10 gigawatts is roughly a doubling of PG&E's demand, and so if that actually materializes by 2030, everything changes, right?
I mean, I think for the transmission, I think I think it might, using the 10 gigawatt numbers might be overstating its impact on the distribution grid, but I think that the findings we have in terms of electrification, I think they would still hold. So I would agree that the incremental, planning for that incremental AI load is potentially dramatically changes our overall infrastructure plan, potentially, yes. But I don't think it necessarily changes the findings regarding electrification. But we can try to address that in the final report, add some context on that. But agree that we have to do both, I guess, is maybe my answer.
Yeah, I would hope that you would at least address it in a narrative sense in the final report, even if you can't change the modeling basis.
Yeah, understood. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Cindy, please go ahead and please identify your organization.
Hi, Cindy Lee from Cal Advocates. In the previous or the prior slide, you were showing the increase in batteries, V2G, and dynamic rates. I think might have been one before this. Yes, this one, from 2030 to 2040. And so I was just wondering how you reached the 2040 numbers.
Yeah, I can take that question. So the numbers here that's presented, I think, so we started with the DERs that are already available in the base case. And then on top of that, we looked at how their load is going to shift as we go into the future. And that, if you think of that load shift, I think you can think of as two parts. One of it is a percent of the number of DERs that already participate. And the second part of it is the magnitude or the contribution to that participation. So the first part on the assumption of the percent of these DRs that will participate, the numbers here is we have our assumptions in the report is we assume kind of like a plausible but yet ambitious number for the participations when it comes to the EVs, batteries, and V2G. And I believe it's kind of like it ranges from something around 10% to 40% or 50% as we go to 2040, depending on different end uses. And then the other part of that is the magnitude of the participations, the megawatt magnitude that comes from how we think or how we assume that load shape is going to shift from 1 hour to another hour, or is going to just a pure load reduction in those specific peak hours.
And so were those assumptions made based on what PG&E has been seeing in terms of participation and response right now?
I would say as a starting point, yes, maybe that's in the early years of 2030, but as we go up until 2040, the numbers we have in there maybe a bit high, like if we think 50% of one end use to be participating in a load management program by 2040, I think it's possible, but these are the numbers that we're seeing now. I'll just add is the total load reduction that we're having at like the 2.7 by 2040. That's in line with the state's estimate in the DFlex tool for the load flexibility technical potential by 2040 for PG&E.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I don't think we have any more questions on the chat or raised hands. Let's see.
Right. Angelica, do we want to,
Yes.
realizing that we have 2 hours here and we have maybe 10 or 15 more slides, do we want to take a 5 or 10 minute break?
Yeah, Jessica told me about that. So before we move forward to the scenario results section and the load capacity takeaways, we'll take a 10-minute break. So we'll return at 2:10, everyone. So just so we can get the rest of this information in. It's been very helpful, all the Q&As throughout the presentation. And so we'll see you at 2:10. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, then we'll move on to the next section for PG&E.
All right. The next section is the meat, if you want to call it that. We'll go over the scenario results and all the costs that were associated in terms of primary costs, secondary costs, as well as the 3 scenarios that we'll cover and what this really all means. Okay. All right. So in terms of what we found out in cost, right? We've made all of our assumptions in terms of the primary, secondary. We've used our traditional
Sorry, Tom.
solutioning.
I'm sorry,
You're
your audio
breaking.
is.
Yeah.
Oh, every time I'm like starting off and giving background, is it a little bit better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. In terms of what we presented earlier, we went over load chase, we went over demand flex, the 3 scenarios. We went over how we solution for those in terms of primary and secondary. Now it's how did that all play out in terms of cost? What you see in this slide is essentially the cumulative
Sorry,
cost.
it's kind of happening again.
Okay.
One I could
I mean,
talk it through. Tom, you want me to present it? That'd be best.
yeah, go for
Okay.
it.
Yeah. So as Tom was saying, this is a summary of the results for all 3 scenarios. What we're showing here is the primary and the secondary costs together. And we will break them down and show primary versus secondary in future slides. On the left is shown, through, so on the left is basically the table of the different results, and on the right is that plotted out. We are showing the 3 different scenarios. The solid blue is the base case. The dashed line is the equity where we have that increased load that we talked about. And then the dashed red is the enhanced demand flexibility scenario. We're showing like a linear interpolation here between the study years. So we're showing it as to show the trend. But of course, we only actually looked at the actual years that are shown on the table on the left, 2030, 2035, and 2040. On the table on the left, again, this is the sum total of the primary and secondary. The base case, and then we also show the difference between the different scenarios. So for 2040, basically. So the base case had an estimated cost for the distribution system of $25.5 billion through 2040. The equity had an additional $6 billion at $31.6 billion. That's the higher line on the right. Again, that's related to the increased load that we modeled in that scenario. And then the enhanced demand flexibility had a reduction from the base case of $1.8 billion. It's roughly 7%. So a couple of things to note here. First, the base case. So that range. Well, first the range of costs that we refer to, the 23 billion to 32 billion. That represents those 3 different scenarios. That's where that number comes from. The other thing to remember is that our base case is mitigated. So we've included engineering solutions, and we'll talk a little bit about that as we get into the primary and secondary results, but we've done solutioning We have shown some comparisons on the right plot. Let me first talk to the first bullet. So the rate of investment is pretty consistent over the period. We do see a little more investment between now and 2030, and then a slight leveling off in that base case, but pretty linear. We don't see like a dramatic L type shape, which is one of the things we didn't know what we would see. So pretty consistent rate. We will compare that to historical spends in later slides to kind of talk about what is that rate compared to historical trends. We'll get to that later. We did do, on the second bullet here, we compared to the Kavala and PAO studies. This is the PAO study from the first PAO DGEM study. There's a new study that's come out that's not shown here, that comparison. So this is the prior study. However, it is a little hard to compare total costs. So we'll talk a little bit about that because of our secondary modeling is pretty significantly different in how we approached it in the scope of our secondary modeling. So while the total costs are comparable, we actually kind of see in general like lower primary costs, and then we have a bigger scope on secondary. So we'll get into that a bit more as we go through. And then I talked about already the $6 billion additional in the equity and the 7% or 1.8 billion reduction for the demand flex off the base, off of the already mitigated scenario. And then just a last thing, these are all in dollars of the year in which they're incurred. So and it includes inflation. We do not have any contingency costs though into this. This is without project contingency dollars. So Tom, I don't know, you want to give it another try in terms of your audience, if you want to add anything?
Hey, just double checking. Audio is okay.
It's good.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Now, as Bill had mentioned, we're going to break these costs down into primary and secondary. But as we kind of mentioned before, we're still working on scenario 4 in terms of the EV capacity scenario that we teased out before. Again, we'll dive into that a little bit further. But as Bill had mentioned, we see a range of 23 billion to 32 billion in terms of both primary and secondary by 2040. It is important to note or reiterate the point that when we looked at 2030, or I should say 2035 and 2040, again, the engineering solutioning at that time for looking at loads and or overloads, we looked at it in terms of how do we evaluate, how do we solve for a 2040 loading issue without sort of re-engineering or like redoing solutioning. And so a lot of the solutioning that we did for 2035 is essentially could be solving 24 overloads that otherwise might have occurred, right? So our engineering analysis really looked forward rather than doing 2035 solutioning separately and then doing 2040 solutioning separately, right? So I would say that part of that like slight decline may have been because we were doing that level of solutioning. We were thinking forward, thinking of 2040 and sizing banks accordingly to resolve a 2040 overload in 2035. Okay. Let's break in the next slide. Let's go ahead and try to break down that primary and secondary. Each slide is going to sort of build on each other in terms of sequence here. The major thing to sort of look at here is we've broken out by year 2030, 2035, and 2040, as well as the 3 scenarios: base, equity, and deflex. All right. Again, what you're seeing here is very comparative in terms of the cumulative costs. So I'm going to focus on what we see in 2040. In 2040, we see that the base has a primary of $9.6 billion. Now, the secondary is about 60% more. It's 15.9 billion. And we're going to dive into that further, but what you were saying is the majority of the costs that we've presented to you is essentially secondary cost, or installing new transformers, replacement of transformers, as well as connecting the line from the transformer over to the service point. Now, like we also hinted at, there is some orchestration that is required to get a savings between demand flex and base. And in order to get the 1.8 billion, there is going to be some need of orchestration. We're going to dive into that a little bit further, but actually, let's go ahead and go over to the next slide. The thing that I want to highlight here is that we actually did an analysis with sort of this non-orchestration and an orchestrated, and this sort of explored the sensitivity around what our analysis actually produced. When we modify the shapes, the forecast, as well as introduce time of use, different time of use, different load shapes, introduce the demand flex, we found that overall we were reducing the system peak, but we didn't account for some of the local things that were occurring. One is on the secondary, but also on other primary equipment, such as the lines, the banks, and the substations. And so essentially what we saw is that while we were reducing in 2035, we were reducing some of the amount of overloads. In 2040, we essentially had seen that overload come back, while also seeing that new equipment or new overloads were also being seen. And so the difference in terms of cost that we saw was we were seeing in terms of non-orchestrated cost of $25.3 billion, which is a huge reduction of what that 1.8 that we originally talked about, right? Instead of those savings, it would actually be reduced down to 139 million. But if we orchestrate, if we actually have something that looks at these overloads, or I'm sorry, looks at these demand flex in terms of how they should be applied, not causing overloads in areas where they should be, then you could get the 1.8 billion. So that's what we're calling the orchestration. So I'll let Ahmed chime in here or give further details on what this really all means.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Yeah, probably want to start by like to show the value here and show the difference that we can like see and expect here. Just want to take a like step back and see is kind of like when we showed that, when we presented that flexibility slides and we're showing the load reductions at different hours of the day, with the bulk of that is kind of like during peak hours. But we acknowledge and we see that we have some of that flexibility is happening at midnight, which outside of that system peak, driven by the EV EV charge management. And we also, because of that load reduction during the 12 a.m. and during peak hours, we start seeing that most probably the load is going to happen midday, and it's going to increase the load during that midday. So I want to mention that because that what kind of like triggered that kind of like doing that sensitivity analysis and the idea of the orchestration here to try to understand the effect of that. Because basically, if we can like manage the load only for a system peak without any consideration for the local constraints, most probably we're going to cause overloads at different areas we're not aware of. However, in that orchestration case, is what we're starting to see is we are designing that flexibility to be aware of the grid conditions that these DRs are currently present in. And we're not gonna kind of like shift load to middle of the day if that circuit doesn't allow or doesn't support that, or that's probably going to trigger the upgrade. So the flexibility needs to be aware of the surrounding or the local grid conditions in that location. Just wanted to mention that because that gives because orchestration here kind of like means different things for different people. So I wanted to kind of like reiterate on what we mean here by orchestration is that to realize that 7% is really the load management has to be smart on how it kind of like shifts the load in different locations, and it's not one strategy fits all in all the locations. Anything to add here or any questions or anything
Well,
to add?
Ahmed, we have a question about this basically, I think, which is related to, that the orchestration, what does orchestration mean here and whether or not it's centralized control or just in terms of its behavior. So the question is from Yukan Saeed, thank you, to post the question, to reduce the complexity implied by orchestration, I suggest modeling autonomous inverter controls, examples, volt-watt or localized throttles. In the final report, can local device level constraints prevent the secondary overloads that kill the value in the non-orchestrated case, offering a cheaper path to savings than full centralized control? So I'll just quickly respond, like the orchestration here, we're not assuming that that means full centralized control. It's more grid awareness, and that there's a way to orchestrate, that there's an orchestration that's occurring to be aware of impact on that local level. But do you want to add any more to that, Ahmed?
I think that's a great addition, Saeed. Thanks for that. Considered adding a final report. Maybe the part or the way we wanted to model it in the EIS is we focused on the potential of these end users and how the load would shift rather than focusing on a specific enabling technology that would enable us to achieve that orchestration either at the very local level, at the system level. So our focus would only kind of like how that load is going to change and shift around. Thanks for the addition there. I see another question is exporting or importing DRs more important to orchestrate based on our analysis? Great question. I think the way we're looking at it is really the interaction between all of the different DRs and where that load is going to appear, either that like a positive addition or a negative as kind of like a load reduction, and how they kind of like interplay together to achieve that. Like if you have a solar PV that's kind of like reducing the load during middle of the day, doesn't mean is we can kind of like promote EV charging during that time. I think the answer depends on the local constraints and the area and the other loads surrounding those EVs, how they can like interplay together to achieve that. And if that will trigger an upgrade, if we're looking specifically at the distribution system or not.
Yeah, looks like we handled those two questions. If there's no more, let's move on to the next one, which is we talked about the two things in the two cost results or the two cost slides, which was one about the primary and secondary, and the second one being the deflex, right? So what we really want to highlight is that first point, which is why is our secondary so significantly higher than previous ones, right? And as Bill had mentioned earlier in this meeting, is that or in the workshop, that our secondary analysis is something that we're experimenting with. We know that our analysis is sort of new in terms of this space, right? So what we try to do is try to figure out how this sort of aligns with previous studies or how this aligns with previous findings, right? As I mentioned, the majority of our secondary cost is essentially new transformers. 78% of the total secondary costs are essentially new transformers. When we looked at the breakdown of that and looked at the replacements, we started to see very similar alignments of what the replacement costs were compared to previous studies. And this sort of made sense for us because as you disaggregate these these DERs, a majority of studies are taking this disaggregation and applying it or assigning it to what exists today, or what loads, what transformers and capabilities exist today. Whereas again, as I mentioned in the example, and as I would mention in the secondary section, is that when there is no transformer around, when there is, well, if there's no transformer in that hexagon, or even in the surrounding hexagon, we're going to have to install a new transformer, right? And so what we did is we found a majority of those cases to be true throughout our system, where we see a load or a DER growth in an area where there's no existing transformer around. And what that has resulted in is about 12.5 billion in terms of our base of being new transformers, where when we look at the replacement of transformers, it's roughly 3.4 billion. When we take that number over to our secondary costs and sort of compare it to sort of previous studies, we can see that it more or less aligns. Now, we want to note here that it's not an exact comparison, because this approach to the secondary that we've done is just fundamentally different from the previous studies. So, but we wanted to take an approach of this is numbers that we feel comfortable with, and again, it's sort of as we may have mentioned earlier, is that it aligns with how we install transformers today in terms of our yearly installations of new transformers to serve new business, new customers. And then, Bill, did you want to touch on additionally with SB 410 and some other things?
Yeah, I'm gonna just mention, more generally, we're trying to, the scope of the secondary is a little more analogous to like electrification costs. And so if you look at, our electrification costs, what we've been seeing recently, first, the secondary system is generally a larger share of electrification costs than primary, which is consistent with what we're finding in this study. Additionally, the majority of the secondary costs we have for electrification or energization is probably a better way to describe it, for energization. While there is a component that's like just capacity on the secondary system, where you're forecasting overloaded secondary transformers, and thus you need to replace them, and that is part of this study. A lot of it is just simply that putting in the secondary system to serve the energization. So from that perspective, we try to do some sanity check on these results, as well as like what do we want to try to cover in the scope of this study. And so we took the approach using the geographical method of really trying to get like the energization costs of electrification and low growth on the secondary system, more than like the capacity costs only. So that's what and then we've done this approximation to kind of try to break out those two components, because we believe kind of prior studies have focused more on that capacity element. And so if we take this, just looking at the new transformers as kind of a proxy for that capacity element, we see the costs are more comparable to prior studies. So that's kind of the intention of this. But if you're familiar with, our different energization cost elements, that's one way to kind of put this into context, right? That the secondary system, the energization costs are a lot more than just the capacity element, and often are higher than the primary, which is what we're finding in the EIS.
We have a hand up, and I think it's been up for over 2 slides or something. Leo, could you please unmute yourself? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for this detail. It actually answers some of the questions I had, but I have a few questions about this secondary system. So first, I just wanted to ask, I think Bill or Mark, you mentioned earlier that you had done some comparison of this sort of primary secondary cost ratio with your actual expenses over the past couple of years. Can you elaborate on that at all?
Sure. I'm just so we are in a. I had to think about proceedings here. So I don't the but generally if you look at the the service planning elements of the spend that we have versus the primary capacity costs of energization. Look at I think I can refer to public filings and things. If you look at those ratios, you'll see that there's a significant amount on the secondary side, the service planning aspects of it. I don't want to weigh in on any active proceedings or things though in this setting, but there is that's kind of what I was referring to.
Yeah, I think the one, Leo, what we were referring to is that when we looked at the amount of transformers that we install on a yearly basis for new business, it was within the range that we were expecting. So for EIS, I'll say this, for EIS, we were seeing roughly around 20 to 25,000 transformers new install every year throughout the 2025 to 2040 period. This seemed relevant and consistent with what we've seen historically, as well as sort of a trend upwards going into 2040.
Okay, great. I really appreciate that context. Next question is, so you have this breakdown here between replacements and new transformers, but based on the methodology that you showed earlier, where you're allocating a new transformer even in areas where there is already a transformer until there are 3 there, right? It seems like it's not exactly a one-to-one between new transformers and sort of like new customers, right? A previous study that just looked at existing transformers and then increased load on them and then treated that as a replacement, your study would see that same customer if it's not in an area that's very dense with service transformers and call that a new transformer. So I'm wondering if you, off the top of your head, know in that big blue bar that is the new transformers, is the majority of that these cases where you have 1 or 2 service transformers in the hex already, and then you're allocating more, or is the majority of those like a hex that has no service connection at all and needs something totally new? Because to me, those seem like pretty different circumstances and different comparisons to historic studies, if that makes sense.
No, definitely, Leo. Yeah, so the one key point is maybe that I didn't mention this earlier, is that when we looked at the neighbor hex, we redefined or redid some of the parameters to evaluate what if there was, what if there is no existing transformer within that hexagon, and if we just installed a transformer just for that hexagon. So we evaluated in terms of just looking at it from the maximum. So we reduced the maximum essentially from 3 over to 1, and we said that we would only allow essentially 1 transformer per hexagons. And so when we did that, we did find these numbers to be more in line with what you see here in this graph. Now, I will mention that there will never be sort of a clean cut, I think, to your point, where you would always install a new transformer for an existing load, or have or create a new transformer for a DER growth. So I think it will be always difficult for us to make the one-to-one comparison, and that's kind of why we highlighted that it's not an exact comparison, or can't be an exact comparison.
Okay,
No,
I appreciate that. Oh yeah.
Let me add a couple of things as well, Tom. So that the points you make are really valid, and these are things that we've been looking at in terms of the model to try to learn from it. My understanding, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, but the majority of our hexagons do have transformers in them, but we definitely see a significant portion of these new transformers being due to hexagons that don't have transformers, right? So it's basically like the geographical aspect of this, right? That you need to provide service to, basically a new area. Like in theory, you could do a very long line drop or something, but that's part of what's happening in this new transformer, is that you're basically putting in new service to this area. So that is something we're going to look at and try to learn from and continue to assess. But I think that was kind of one of your questions here, is how much of that, and it is a key element and driver in the cost, and something we're going to investigate further. But yeah, and then so that comes, and that to your point of these aren't apples to apples comparisons. Totally acknowledge that, right? Because that's a separate issue. Then is there capacity on the transformer or not? So it's
Right. Yeah,
add
that makes sense.
approximation.
I'll add one item that, as we looked at this, the distance, I felt a lot more comfortable saying that we would install additional transformers due to the spacing, because one of the things that we can't really do in the study model is estimate the voltage drop, and kind of assuming you can go really far with secondary with a bunch of increasing load at at all the houses. Eventually you're going to hit some limit. So since we're not able to really project, how far we're going to be able to stretch secondaries in the future, my guess that it will be less than today, because we are expecting more utilization. That's going to set a limit on how far you can go. Because you can't indefinitely increase secondary wires, right? Because of the weight and all that stuff. So my assumption here is that it's more plausible that you'll need additional transformers to break up secondaries and to kind of shorten them. And that will be more economical than installing, really lengthy secondaries with large wire.
Yeah.
Good. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and I think like the more, if you continue to investigate those or have other ways to break down the new service transformers, like not just new or replacement, but also new in an area without existing connections versus new in an area with them, I think that could be helpful. One other question just on 2 slides before. So looking at the breakdown between primary and secondary costs between the scenarios, it looks like the primary costs are more sensitive, right? So you see, for example, like the 9.6 base going to 13.4 equity, that's a change of about 4 billion, whereas the 15.9 secondary and base going to 18.1 equity, that's only about 2 billion, even though the base is bigger in the secondary system. And I'm just curious if you have any kind of like intuitive explanation for why the primary system should be, more sensitive to variance in the load growth than the secondary system.
I'll give my intuitive response. I think it comes down to the geographical nature that we were talking about, of that you're seeing, that the geography of those new service connections is driving a lot of the way the secondary is modeled, and so it's not just a capacity peak loading type of thing. But that's just intuitive.
Yeah.
But again, to be honest, I hadn't necessarily thought that through. Tom or Mark, you want to add any thoughts as to what might?
I think and I'll say this briefly, I think when I looked at this before as well, Leo, which is, by the way, good eye, I think when we looked at the transformer breakdown in equity, we saw that there is new transformers that are installed in equity, but there are very minor differences between equity and base. And the reason why is because essentially the difference between equity and base is that you've kind of just disaggregated more EV load, right? The 4,000 megawatts that we said for home L2, we're taking that and disaggregating it to existing services. And so what you're essentially saying is that you're seeing all that load on existing facilities, which means that the existing transformers that we have would essentially be loaded up to however much it could get loaded up to, right? What that really means is that we have existing capacity that can serve some of these DERs. What I would say is, in terms of what I noticed, is that I did notice a lot of replacements in equity on the secondary. And I think that is in line with sort of what we expect in the equity scenario, which is you're disaggregating a whole bunch of 4,000 megawatts and roughly 1.8 1,000 megawatts of whole mel 1 and whole mel 2 onto existing facilities.
Great. Okay, that makes sense. Great. Thank you so much for answering all the questions. Yeah, and thanks for tolerating my repeated, weirdly specific modeling questions about the secondary. I really appreciate it.
So I'd like to add that we should be cautious about drawing a correlation between these things. These models, they're both built off the same spatial growth, like the transformer model, and it's primary, but they're just looking at different things. And so, it's possible that there is some correlation, kind of as you've mentioned, but the models are really independent in how they, determine solutioning. So I'm not really sure that they really have they really are comparable, right? They're just so different when you're looking at primary and these secondary modeling. So, changes in the variables could have influenced these costs in different ways, and then it may not have appeared to have such a correlation on paper. So I would just be careful with trying to draw a conclusion there.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Okay, so we
Yeah.
have a question for Khalil, I think is related to this, and then we should go back to Gabe's question on orchestration. So the question from Khalil is, did you find that much of the forecasted growth was in areas without existing service? I think the answer to this is not really, but the drivers of cost, as we said, in terms of putting in new transformers, that was it. So in terms of the growth, it may have an outsized impact on the cost if you have growth in areas without, nearby secondary service. But just either E3 or Mark, you must speak to the actual growth and just confirm that we weren't seeing like dramatic growth in remote areas without existing service. Just confirm that statement.
No, the growth was limited to our territory, and because of the variables used to create the growth model, is largely driven by, things like income and things that relate to existing customers. So there wasn't any pockets. I think the most pocketed growth had to do maybe the EV DC fast charging, because that was very pocketed because you only have these like concentrated industrial parks where you're going to have that kind of stuff. So other than that, like the majority of the growth, which is like residential level 2 charging, and then fuel substitution heating, and it was very dispersed across the system. And we checked that, that we really weren't adding a lot of clustered growth on circuits. With a large model, it's difficult to check everything, but we did kind of check how much this stuff was piling up on circuits to see if it was within some reasonable range that we could agree with.
Great, thanks, Mark. And then we have a question from Gabe about the orchestration that we did provide a written response. Now I see. Can you describe some specific examples of expected DE orchestration, DSO dispatch, autonomous controls, and pricing strategy? It was really about the orchestration that we did was really about making it grid-aware coordination. We at this time haven't focused on like the exact mechanism, but what it is saying is that the awareness of the grid conditions is what matters, though. So in other words, like it requires awareness of what is happening on that secondary and primary system from a planning perspective. So in other words, whatever orchestration is used, there needs to be awareness of what's actually forecasted for that primary and secondary location. And then how that then translates into the DERs doing what's needed, we didn't specify, but we can probably build upon examples of what might be able to achieve that. But that's obviously something that's the high DER proceedings also actively considering in the various tracks. Okay, Tom, anything else you want to add? I think we're maybe good to move on.
Yeah, I think we're good to move on. Let's go ahead and go into the takeaways if we can. So thank you, Angelica. There's a lot of key findings that were identified in our report, as well as like a lot that we just sort of talked about. These are the main ones that we just talked about, which is, that our planning and engineering structure, our study was really based off mitigations to help optimize a lot of our infrastructure investments and sort of ensuring long-term affordability for our customers. So what that means is we took what we could do best, right? What we do best in terms of identifying transfers, identifying low-cost projects, small transfers here between substations, as well as identifying reconductoring substation projects that we could make. That resulted in the costs that we came up with. And what we saw is that there was primary level differences in terms of what we've seen from previous studies. For our other key findings in terms of secondary planning, for us, we utilize this opportunity to pioneer a way of evaluating the secondary system. The work that we've done with E3 and Lotsier was about how do we look at the secondary system and plan for that. And that tool that we have, where we have assumptions, can allow us to look at the secondary in a more granular way, while also plan for it. So what we've done is we've really created something that's data-driven to help us think about the secondary system even further, which probably could utilize that, right, in terms of what we're seeing in costs. As I mentioned earlier, $16 billion just in secondary costs. So there's opportunities there as what we're trying to say in terms of where we can explore next. In terms of equity, you guys seen it, $6 billion in distribution investment by 2040, which it was pretty consistent with what we've seen in the increased electrification load, right? For demand flex, we've seen a reduction in the system peak somewhere between 2.2 and 3.1 gigawatts, which ultimately results in $1.8 billion or 7% savings through 2040. But again, that is only if it's orchestrated or if there's some awareness of the grid to avoid triggering new investments or new upgrades, right? So those were a lot of the key points that we hit throughout the slide so far. What we actually want to hit on our next slide is some of the additional findings that we found throughout this report.
Tom, can I just add one thing before we move on? So that, thanks for the summary. Just touching back on a point I made at the beginning about the base case being mitigated. So just put, and this is in the report, comparing that to the EIS Part 1 study, we found, roughly like a $3.4 billion difference in the primary system. So in other words, the base case, that the mitigations that we have at a load transfers, the engineering, that the modeling of a bit more of a blended type TOU rate impact on EVs, that makes a significant difference in the costs we've seen. So really important, like that planning process that goes through and takes that and comparing it to the actuals is really, we're seeing that to have a really substantial impact on the amount of infrastructure identified. And then that demand flex, think of it as like incremental, right? We can even get even more with this orchestrated demand flex that we have in that other scenario. So like the base has already got a lot of cost savings in a lot of ways built into it in this study. That's the only thing I'll add.
Thanks, Bill. Yeah, great additional points there. So the other three key points that we'll touch on the next few slides here is that, when we looked at the historical versus forecast, we do see a substantial increase in the forecasted annual cost versus the historical cost, especially for the bank and feeder. And so what we want to show, or what we will show, is that there's going to be some scaling up of the distribution grid investment to really accelerate customer energization, and we'll see that in the next slide here. For electrification and downward pressure on rate, we've also evaluated and calculated what this means in terms of long-term rates impact. What it really means is we evaluated like how much of the electric load would essentially, or the electrification would help drive down the pressure on rates. And we're going to present those results soon, but the increased utilization is helpful in terms of the long-term rate, right? Downward pressure on rates. For load factor changes, we did notice some things on that as well. When we looked at the base and the demand flex scenario specifically, we evaluated that approximately 500 feeders over 3,500 circuits, approximate, exceeded 80% load factor by 2040. And when we evaluated in deflex, it increased to about 600 feeders with 80% load factor. For those who aren't familiar with what load factor is how we determine the sort of thermal capability of a facility or an asset. And whenever we have higher load factor, it results in lower thermal capacity rating. Essentially, what it means is that as we utilize that asset more, or as we not utilize the asset more, as we have a difference between the average load and the peak load, that ratio, as that sort of gets closer together, the average load and the peak load, that creates more thermal stress on the equipment, not allowing for cooling of that asset. And so as we operate in these higher load factors, we actually have to lessen the capability of the facility or the asset in order to maintain the life of the asset. So we're going to go over, I'll be going over two of these, and then Bill will be going over the downward pressure on rates. So let's go over the next couple slides. So as I mentioned, the historical versus forecasted, what you'll see here on the right side is sort of 5 sections. There's all these are represented in terms of annual or average per year, or annual numbers. So you'll see that we've broken it out in 5, right? The first section being 2020 to 2024, the next one being 2025 numbers in terms of new banks, replacement banks, and number of feeders, and then the next 3 being what annual numbers we'll see between 2025 and 2030, and 2031 to 35, and 36 to 40, sort of 5-year increments, in other words. In the figure, you'll see like there's relative stable rate of new bank installation, while you'll significantly see the replacement of banks increase to approximately 12 to 30 per year versus the historical 2 to 3 banks per year. And what this really means is that when we did our analysis solutioning, we opted more towards prioritizing meeting the future demands with replacements rather than new installation. So using sort of like existing facilities or existing areas in land to feed the new load of the electrification, right? It offers there's a reason for this, as it offers more efficient ways to address the overloads, while also like sort of meeting, like I said, the land constraints, the space and construction complexities that are sort of known within these substations. Now, again, we still used our engineering expertise in-house, where if there was no space for it, we definitely were considering new substations in new areas, or new banks, where it made sense. So, you know, as you look in the, or as you see in these graphs, you know, in order to meet the electrification, we need to begin scaling up on the readiness for the capacity for these feeder, or for these DER growth, right? So so in terms of new banks, new replace banks and new feeders, you can definitely see that there is some increase in terms of what we saw in the EIS. Bill, I'll have you chime in for additional comments.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So this, what we're showing on the right here is like a subset of the data that's in the report first. So, and some of the data is a little hard to compare historical versus the forecast, but basically, to give some context here, you know, the line, what we don't show is the line section work. That we actually see like the 25 historic is pretty comparable to what the forecasted is for the line section. And a lot of that reflects the scaling up. So we see a scaling up between 2020 through 2024 to 25 on line section work. And then we see that scaling up needing to continue basically through in the forecast for this study. Now that makes sense because the work we've been working to scale up that line section work, and that work can be scaled up in a quicker manner. For the banks and the new feeders, those are longer lead time projects. And so we don't see as much of a scale up yet in terms of the historical versus the recent historical of 25. But that work is underway. The readiness work is being scaled up in order to kind of prepare us for the fact that we are going to have to start installing more banks and replacing more banks and putting in new feeders in the future, if, you know, this obviously is for this high electrification future that we're forecasting. So, so in other words, we are scaling up. These forecasts are consistent with the need to scale up, and then just think through that lag of like on the banks and the feeders, we're scaling up the readiness, and then that will start to materialize in the future versus the line section. If you look at the report, you know, the scaling up we've done recently is more consistent with what we'll be delivering in the future years.
Right. Not seeing any questions in the chat. Let's go over to the next key finding here, which is the load factor changes, as I mentioned. So you'll see a bit about what higher load factor, as I mentioned, higher load factor results in lower thermal capability and essentially reduced flexibility in our way we can operate, right? You can see like 2025 in the gray, 2040 base, I'm sorry, in the gray is 2025, if you want to call that base or current. That is today, essentially. 2040 base is our base scenario, and then you have the 2040 enhanced deflex. And so when I was referring to that, when we looked at the load factor and the changes between base 2040 and 2040 deflex, you can see that a percentage of circuits or percentage of feeders, there's a difference there. And we see in difference between the blue and the orange is, for instance, in the 0.7 to 80% load factor, we're seeing a 6% increase. Between 80.81 or 81 load factor, 81% load factor and 90% load factor, we see a 4% increase. There is a slight increase in the 0.9 or 91% load factor to 100% load factor, but not significant, right? For context, for people to understand what an impact of load factor would be, if you move from a load factor of 0.75 to, let's just say 1, you reduce capacity by approximately 12.5% on a 12 kV circuit. In other words, the capability would result from 12 megawatts to essentially 10.5 megawatt, which means that as we look at demand flex, we have to think about and consider some of the other things in terms of operation of what that really means from a capability perspective. So one that we have to, as we evaluate the capability today and we introduce T-Flex, we have to evaluate that in terms of what is that new capability once you introduce T-Flex, and have you still resolved that overload under that new load factor consideration. So just another key point, that orchestration of load flexibility and distribution to start incorporating load factor into the process as increased electrification and load management sort of increases the assets being utilized.
So I'll add a couple of thoughts here as well. So, I think this slide frames it as like load flexibility versus base. And we do see, increasing load factor between those two. But another key point here is we have over 500 feeders with load factors greater than 80% in our base, right? So I think one of the learnings from this, and this is in 2040, is that we need to look at load factor in distribution planning generally, right? So it's not just about the enhanced demand flexibility scenario. It's about the importance of really considering the load factor on the equipment, because as you said, as I think there's a benefit, right, to increasing asset utilization of the assets, but from an engineering planning perspective, it's really important as we strive to achieve that we bring this load factor awareness into the model. And then that's only going to become more important as we think through the load flexibility. And then to clarify, in the study itself, the EIS study, which is getting to one of the questions here, does your model effectively penalize the demand flexibility scenario of being too efficient? If the flexibility flattens the curve, does that mean you derate the equipment? And then when that erased the capital savings or load management? We did not do that for either the base or the enhanced demand flexibility. We did not derate the equipment in the EIS study. What we're saying is that is something that learnings from the study that we will want to look at and apply into distribution planning, that the need to carefully consider the load factor in potentially changing the ratings of our equipment. It's not as simple as just saying, oh, it's above 80%, therefore it's got to change the rating. It's equipment specific. But it's something that it's one of the takeaways we have as engineers from the study, the importance of incorporating this into our distribution planning process. Anything else anyone want to add on that?
Sure, I'll add something. Yeah, the fact, the kind of the point of whether it's penalizing is not really penalizing. It's more of how the equipment is rated. So it's just a function of really the objective of demand flex, right? The objective is to flatten the curve, and the objective is to avoid capital investment, right? And so that ends up being that you're raising the load closer to the maximum capability, and you're also raising the utilization of it. So I think the study is pointing out that you're basically, to get to this demand flex future, that the planning standards are going to have to change, and that may mean that you have to consider different things for solutioning, and we realized that as we were going through this, but there wasn't really time in the study to consider those things. But load factor is certainly one of them. And to Sundar's point, yes, it is mostly for underground cable. It does also affect service transformers. So there's certain equipment in the, in our asset list that, is affected by this. And if you plan to operate at a higher load factor, I think you have to consider, maybe operating those at slightly lower ratings, and it would affect your investments. But in addition to load factor and the ratings themselves, there's also, considerable operational, requirements for higher load factors, like the ability to do maintenance. So right now the system is built around the, these windows, these opportunities for, circuits to get transferred to other circuits temporarily. And that also is something that occurs during outages. So as you kind of load everything up to the maximum, it may look like that's an efficient way to operate, but you got to consider the trade-offs, and those are the types of changes that planning will have to consider, if this is how we want to operate the system in the future.
And I'd like also to add in that's really a really good example of why the orchestration for the load flexibility becomes a key here, because as you're shaving those peaks, as you're filling in those valleys, and you're increasing the load and you're reducing your limits, because you need to maintain that operational flexibility and the ability to respond to emergencies and transfer load around, is their orchestration here becomes really key, because the ship is now really tight and it's very tighter than before. And then that load flexibility need to be really aware of these conditions and the current load factor and the limit that we have at that time. So then we could be able to add more load. So ultimately we'll be serving more energy, even with kind of high load factor, be serving more energy, but then you have lower capacity. So I think all of these things playing together we need to be careful about all of that. And that's where flexibility will come out. Where orchestration of that flexibility will come into play.
Right. Bill, I think we've answered all the questions and we've handled load factor, key takeaway. Just before you chime in about the last key takeaway about downward pressure, just want to note that asset utilization and demand or load factor are two different things. All right, go ahead, Bill.
Yeah. Good clarification. Yeah. So I guess if you're looking for definitions of how we calculate a load factor, et cetera, that is in the report, if you're not familiar with the term. Okay, so next we're going to turn to an analysis we did on the potential rate pressure that electrification would have. So first I'm going to talk through the methodology. So what we did is we tried to calculate basically a present value of the revenue requirement. You'll see a lot of acronyms I'm introducing here, PVRR. And that's done by looking at basically an annual assessment of the costs versus the offsetting revenue. So if we look at the little figure on the upper left, what we did is we took the revenue requirement, the RRQ, on an annual basis. That reflects the infrastructure costs that we have. For example, the 25.5 billion in the base case that we talked about, the primary and secondary infrastructure costs. We ran that through our RO model, which is basically our model we use to just convert that into an annual revenue requirement. So that considers things like depreciation and basically it's how it's flowing into rates in essence. Was what that RO model is calculating. And so we took the capital cost for that. We also took O&M costs for that. We are just considering the distribution costs here. So we're just considering the primary and the secondary costs that are in this study. That's the only costs that we're including. We're not considering other costs, nor are we considering the offsetting revenue, which we'll get to in a second. So the offsetting revenue is basically that electrification growth that we're modeling here, that the load growth that we're modeling through 2040. And that is done so that offsetting revenue on an annual basis is basically a weighted average of our distribution, again, just the distribution rate times the cumulative net load as shown in the bottom right. So that is done by customer class in the actual model, but as a weighted average, that comes out to about 14 cents per kilowatt hour. But we did do it by specific customer class. And then, so we did that for each year, right? And that gets you, coming back up to that top left again, a net RRQ, so net revenue requirement. And then we did that for each year. And then we applied a discount rate to get basically like an NPV type of calculation or a PV or PVRR, or present value of net revenue requirements. So a couple things to note here. What we're going to show is just, and what's in the draft report is just the base. We're still working through the other two scenarios, although directionally our initial results are showing that they're similar in direction. But for now, we just have the base case results. This offsetting revenue is basically based upon the load growth that we have from IEPR, therefore. For PG&E's service territory, we included line losses, we included DG as part of that in terms of calculating how much revenue we would get. We talked about how it's basically the capital expenditures, but we also are including O&M costs into that RRQ. We will, as you said, we actually model out through 2055. As we go through, we may consider about, the life of the assets, but in general, most of these assets are pretty long lead time assets, so we don't expect major changes to the results from that. But we did want to look at, of course, once you do all this load growth, it's not that load like disappears in 2040, right? You're going to continue to have that load. We only modeled load growth through 2040, but we modeled the impact through 2055 of both the costs on rates and the continued that load and that'll be more clear as I show the results. I'll talk about next steps after I show the results. One other thing to note is that in terms of the revenue for the results we're going to show, we showed basically a flat rate, so no growth in the rate. So that 14-cent weighted average that we're talking about, that's the same throughout the entire study through 2055. So when we talk about the net present value and the downward pressure, it's from that from a flat rate, and that's really to try to model like all else being equal is what we're trying to do here. So so we're not including other costs. So of course there's going to be other costs on the system besides electrification and energization costs, right? And so we're not modeling any of those costs. We're just modeling the energization costs. So we're really, it's an all else being equal. What's the impact of electrification on rates? There's many other drivers of costs on the distribution side, of course. And then again, just reiterating, only looking at distribution, we did not include generation or transmission costs nor revenues. Right. So obviously there would be, with all this load growth, there would be transmission costs, but there also would be transmission revenues that would be incurred. So if it would be possible to do a similar analysis, looking at what's the transmission costs and what's the transmission revenues and what does that mean for transmission rates, this is just done on distribution. And so we focused on just the distribution component of this, similar with generation. We're not modeling the generation pass-through that may occur. Okay, is there a question? Someone? I thought I heard something. All right,
No question.
All right, sorry, I'll switch to the results then. And so the next slide, so I'll start with the figure on the right. So what we're showing here is an annual through 2055, starting in 2025. The top is the RRQ, the cost element. So this is on an annual basis, the CapEx and the O&M translated into a revenue requirement. You can see that increases through 2040 as we continue to make investments over time. Important to note, though, that the costs continue, right? So on the RRQ side, so we continue to model the actual impact on RRQ afterwards because we don't the CapEx doesn't immediately hit all in the first year, right? It occurs over time. So that's why you see the RRQ ramping up through 2040 and then coming down over time afterwards. Then the blue is the revenue offset. So that is from the incremental load growth that we're modeling in the study. So there we see that also increase through 2040, or the offset, the revenue offset increasing through 2040, or becoming more negative as shown in the plot. And then it stays flat. So we are, again, we assume rates are entirely flat over the entire horizon. But we still continue to have that load. We don't assume that load suddenly disappears in 2040. That load will continue to provide revenue, but we don't assume any load growth and we don't assume any rate growth after. So that's why it's flat after 2040. Then the red line represents the net of those two. So it's simply the net of the RRQ on the top minus the revenue offset on the bottom. You can see that it's basically flat in the beginning because we have the infrastructure investment and the RRQ coming in. It roughly equals the load growth and the revenue growth that we're having. So it's relatively flat, but right around 2031, 2032 is when it flips depending on the model and starts to become negative. And so we see a substantial downward pressure on rates over time. That downward pressure grows as we both see the revenue offset continue to grow, and then eventually the RRQ starts to fall away over time. Now we've cut the model off in 2055, but we would anticipate, you continue to see downward pressure rates beyond that, but we didn't actually model beyond then. So on the left is a table summarizing those results. The annual RRQ shown in 2030, 2035, 2040 is the orange. And then the offsetting revenue is the blue, and then the net is the red, basically corresponding to the third line on the chart. And then the rate pressure here is basically a percentage, is how we translated it here in terms of distribution rates. And so by so we see a very small upward rate pressure in the near term, followed by a downward rate pressure over time to roughly 25%. On distribution, again, all else being equal for the base case by 2040. Then discounting that using discount value, that brings to a net present value of 14.2 billion. We do have a typo in the slide. Apologies for that. That second bullet is not correct. It's not a net present value of energization of 40 to $45 billion. That should be $14.2 billion. So apologies for that typo, but that is the data in the table is correct. The second bullet is not correct. And then just again, reiterating, sorry, these are solely distribution and energization that we're looking at, and we're not looking at other costs as well. And this is and therefore this is definitely not a rate forecast. We're really just trying to understand the impact of electrification on distribution rates and show a potential for a long-term downward pressure on distribution rates from electrification growth. Okay, so I see a few questions. Utility capital is guaranteed a return often higher than 7%, especially with equity adders, and ratepayers' personal discount rates are often much higher. Is 7% the appropriate metric? I think that's probably beyond the scope of this study, and nor am I in a position to weigh in on that. Really what we're trying to assess here is what energization impact it might have on distribution rates. So I don't think I'm prepared to speak to the question about what should be the appropriate metric for capital. And then I see a question on, is the downward pressure on rates from distribution energization investments offset by increases in other distribution costs, such as safety, wildfire, et cetera? So good question. So for a couple things here. So what we're modeling is solely the incremental costs and revenues from from the energization. So there of course, there is costs for just the existing load and existing things that we need to do to run the distribution grid. Now, incremental load growth and incremental energization, of course, could increase those other costs too, the safety, wildfire, et cetera. So, but we did not model that, what that might mean in terms of like, and whether or not this downward rate pressure would offset that potential incremental cost. It would, to do that really would, like, then you're starting to get into doing a full like rate assessment, which is not done here. So, but that, just to be transparent about that, we did not do that. We did not try to say that, you know, the total picture of all costs, either including like all existing load and all existing costs, nor, you know, you know, what incremental costs might be triggered on the distribution grid by this increased load. So it's a valid point that Gabe's mentioning, like, you know, would you potentially have incremental costs associated with this incremental load other than energization costs? And would this downward pressure offset that? It's a valid question. We did not model it in the EIS. We just looked at the energization, you know, the directly associated costs of energizing this load and the directly associated revenue that would be gained from it. And then the 14 point, there's a question on, is the 14 cent per kilowatt hour weighted average distribution rate a 2025 value or a 2040 value? I think effectively it's both, because we did not escalate the rate over time. So to keep things all else being equal, we didn't want to escalate that and then say, oh, like the whole point is to say there's a downward pressure. So so in other words, it's a flat rate over time. Hopefully that's clear. In this scenario, we're exploring maybe doing other type of assessments, but we think this is the cleanest scenario. Like this is kind of all else equal approach shown here.
All right. I think we're ready to move on to the next steps. That's all right. Okay. So next steps, we'll sort of incorporate, or we'll sort of go over slides about equity and demand flex and the distribution planning process, while also covering some of the EV capacity demand flex that we sort of highlighted before, as well as additional things that we're exploring. In terms of equity and distribution planning process, we sort of talked about this before, but just to summarize, you know, an additional $6 billion in investment by 2040, consistent with increased electrification load. The increased electrification and DER load in the equity resulted in an additional, you know, 3.8 billion in primary and 2.2 billion in secondary. So we can see that that equates to the 6 billion. For equity in general, you know, PG&E filed its annual community engagement plan on May 1st, 2025, outlining some of the strategies to incorporate feedback from, you know, disadvantaged, rural, as well as tribal communities into the future planning cycles. We're hoping to get more information on that. You know, in terms of equity policies, what needs to be in play, you know, our planning, the planning of our distribution grid really depends on what equity framework would exist for both the state and federal in order to like really drive change within the DEC. It's similar to what SDG&E had mentioned earlier. this is not, the EIS is not trying to develop, what policies would need to be in play, but more just evaluating if there was, equity policies that were implemented, how could we get the grid ready for the customers that need the facilities, right? We know that there's a few next steps that is going to occur, and one of the major thing is the equity metrics that are currently under development for the 2026 and 2027 DPEP cycle. We know that we're going to define those, and that's also an opportunity for the IOUs to understand how we can plan and execute for disadvantaged communities and ensure that our customers, whether they're FARA or FARA customers or other, to ensure that we are able to serve them equally. And as we learn from the equity metrics, we're going to incorporate those learnings within the workshops that we have existing as it develops. Going to the next slide about deflex now. Again, highlighting some of the things that we talked about just previously. Our study indicated $1.8 billion in avoided primary and secondary costs, but it really needs to be orchestrated. The non-orchestrated sensitive case that we've evaluated was a smaller cost reduction, or resulted in a smaller cost reduction of approximately 150 million, but in an orchestrated manner, or in a way that we can be more aware of what the grid actually needs and what the grid needs to do in terms of deflex, then we could save 1.8 billion through the 2040 years. From a planning and operational consideration, we know we need a tool where load management strategies are sort of like thoughtfully orchestrated and tailored to local profiles, whether that's the primary or secondary, but it really needs to look at each feeder individually, each circuit, each feeder, each bank, and evaluate those things, and not just apply those deflex sort of blindly. Without the orchestration, uncontrolled load shifting could lead to localized overloads, as we mentioned before, and then of course reducing the expected savings that we talked about. In terms of timeline, we have a few things going on in the 2026 and 27 planning cycles, EPIC 4.08 as part of the DER proceedings. We're just in the stage of getting the findings from EPIC 4.08 and reviewing those, so that will obviously occur, and we'll have a schedule later in the final report for how we can incorporate the deflex findings into the distribution planning, again within the final report. Any other addition from the team in regards to these two, equity and deflex? Okay, going on to the next slide. As we mentioned before, scenario 4, just wanted to talk about sort of the process there.
There is a question.
Oh, okay.
Can you point, this is from Yuken Said. Can you point to a specific mechanism in your engineering solution tool where qualitative community feedback actually alters the result?
I'm not sure what is meant by qualitative community feedback.
Okay, let me go ahead and ask him to unmute, please, Said.
I basically want to know an example that something that you model and that end up with a different output in terms of any of the measures that you have. So I basically want to see if you have seen any occasion in your simulation, in your results, that such a change is triggered in terms of the investment that you come up with, basically. So I want to know what would be the criteria to trigger a change in the model in terms of adding such community feedback.
So Tom, I could have first try. I mean, I think maybe it's good to separate our planning process from the study here. I mean, the study is built upon kind of all these methodological assumptions that we've built, which takes a lot of like the learnings we've had, looking at actual data, et cetera. But we do have a community engagement plan that we're integrating into our distribution plan process, which is using these same tools. So, so I think that will affect our actual planning when we go to do specific investments. And of course, actual investments are heavily based upon, you know, load requests, other things, outreach we do with individuals. So, so I guess, and then of course, to the extent that this study kind of starts from that same starting point, it incorporates that. But I mean, we didn't, if your question is more like, did we do something with, and do the study and then go reach out to communities and then redo the study? We didn't do that. Okay.
No. What I meant was, I want to see if you've seen this community feedback actually making any change in your studies. That's basically my question.
I guess that, so we do, when to the extent a community tells us about their electrification plans, that does get flown into our planning process. If that, so yes, our results would be impacted. If you're saying the other direction, is that answering your question?
Yeah, kind of. I will elaborate further in written, so that would make sense.
Okay. Apologies, I don't feel like I fully answered it, but if anyone else on the team wants to add anything, feel free. Okay.
Yeah. We'll move over to the next slide if there's no more questions. So one of the things that we wanted to explore in scenario 4 is that, you know, one of the gaps that we sort of thought about in terms of the base as well as the other scenarios, that when we looked at 2023 IEPR, or just look at IEPR in general, we know that this is a system level forecast. And what ends up happening with a system level forecast is you end up disaggregating all that load into existing or into the facilities that exist for our model, right? Whether that's in load zero or within our sign model or distribution network model. And so what we realize is that there might be a gap in terms of what is actually allocated to TE, or transportation electrification. And the reason why we want to explore this is because, you know, as we build out facilities to meet the customer's demand, and there is more localized demand that is not captured in the IEPR. And so scenario 4 sort of serves as an ability or an experiment for us to really look at, you know, transportation electrification capacity planning using the charging infrastructure for the vehicles, right? Really what we're trying to evaluate is what is the actual charging, what is the actual kW as those vehicles plug into the grid, and we want to be prepared for that. The reality is that, you know, we know that the IEPR doesn't capture fully what those charging ports are. And so we wanted to explore that. So the key changes in scenario 4 from base is that we're using the annual year-over-year charging port growth to really define what that growth it will be. And then we've also changed the diversified peak, meaning instead of you know, a 2 kW per charger, we're using something a bit more, which could be, you know, 2.7 kW or upwards of 3, which gets us closer to, you know, having a more realistic view of what we would see from, you know, a localized, you know, charging port for the area. So right at the bottom is sort of how you see how it feeds into our spatial allocation. So we take the year-over-year IEPR vehicle stock growth, we divide it by the EV to port ratio for the given year, and then we calculate the year-over-year charging port growth. We take that, we bring that over into a modified load shape with the new diversified peak. Actually, I think it's the same load shape. It's not, I don't know if it's a modified load shape. I apologize. But and then we reconcile that with some of our known loads. So we just sort of validate and make sure that, you know, it's realistic, right? We have AMI readings of some of the DC, or not just DC fast charging, but some of the L2, L1, but the DC fast charging as well, in terms of how much kW we're drawing at those locations per charging port. So we're validating and making sure that that's in alignment with that one. And then we're bringing it over to LoadSeer to spatially allocate or reallocate in scenario 4. A couple of key inputs is, you know, for the EV to port ratios, we derived that from the AD, and I can't recall if this is a new one or this is just AB 2127, the charging infrastructure assessment. The vehicle stock forecast that we used was IEPR 2023 to be consistent with the base as well as the other scenarios. And as I mentioned in terms of diversified peak, the magnitude was really derived from using like what we have existing, so our active site data across PG&E, and then for DC fast charging and the medium high duty vehicle, yeah, in those vehicle shapes. For the load shape itself, again, we use the same as a base, but just hired the diversified peak magnitude. So instead of, again, as I mentioned, maybe 2.2 kW per charger, we might be using something a little bit larger for that case. Or even for DC fast charging, I can't recall that exact number, but you know, if instead of 20, it may be 27 or something like that. Any questions? Or if Mark and others want to chime in there.
I'll comment here. If you want to use the IEPR to determine what your charger demand is based on our model, what ends up happening is when you look at that average system demand for a DC fast charger at the transmission level, it's really suppressed. And so what ends up happening is it's not really effective for capacity planning, which is a demand-based planning model. So this scenario 4 it uses your adoption model vehicles, and the AB 2127 converts to ports needed to serve like DC fast charging, public, etc. And it uses a more realistic port peak, something that's a little more in line with what customers might ask for, something that's a little bit higher that is not back calculated at the transmission level. And then that, what will end up happening is you get this higher demand forecast really for the same amount of vehicle adoption. And that's really what this is trying to express, is that, kind of reconciling to the IEPR for both, a demand and energy doesn't really allow you to plan for capacity. And it has to do with these EV facilities that they're not utilized in a manner like other facilities. One vehicle, it's going to charge in one of three places, right? It's going to charge at the store for DC fast charging. It's going to charge at work or at home, but it's never going to charge at all three all the time. And so you end up needing redundant facilities. And so I think this forecast is trying to express that need for redundant facilities because the EVs are a mobile load.
Yeah, a mobile charging unit, essentially. Yeah. Mobile battery, mobile load. Okay. Not seeing any questions in the chat. I think our last slide is just to talk about some of the additional next steps that we're going to include in terms of the final report, just to be transparent with everyone. Bill went over the downward pressure on rates, but really what we want to put in the report is what that looks like for all scenarios, not just for base, but including the equity, which has higher demand, but also higher usage, which could also put equivalent amount of downward pressure on rates, right? But we'll include that for all scenarios in the final draft, as well as we're really trying to aim on the EV capacity scenario analysis and the results being included there. That's just the scenario that we just talked about, scenario 4. That we got a lot of questions from Leo and CalPA on the secondary results. We want to explore some of the sensitivity analysis with that and incorporate that as well as in the report, potentially including more details there is what I heard in terms of how we validate it, how we cross-checked, as well as like how we make sure that we're not double counting and what sort of alignment do we have with what we've seen. So we'll try to include that information and be detailed in the secondary results as well. The two other things that we'll include is the timeline for incorporating equity and deflex into the distribution planning process as part of the final report. With that said,
I'm starting to see some hands up.
Yeah.
So I think first one here was Bob Nolte, CEC. Please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi folks, I'm Bob. I work on VGI issues at the Energy Commission. I have a high-level question about PG&E and SDG&E. You showed that essentially all of the savings from your demand flex scenario are a result of orchestrating the demand of various resources. And the SDG&E report used load shapes to account for how demand flexibility would affect their results. So correct me if I'm wrong, I think that SDG&E's approach, and I'm asking SDG&E people, I'm not asking PG&E to weigh in on SDG&E. Seems to me like the SDG&E approach is essentially unorchestrated. That is, if you've got a managed charging program, every vehicle in the managed charging program has the same load shape. So is that right? And might it be important for SDG&E to try to figure out a way to consider orchestration before you get to the final report?
Hi, Bob. This is E from SDG&E. Just responding real quick, even though our SMEs and our forecasting team was not able to join this part of the PG&E presentation. One initial comment I have just regarding my limited ability to listen to the PG&E presentation is that I thought the orchestration part is really not like modeled as something that they're diving into, like how to implement the orchestration. It's more about the potential impact on the grid from like how it would produce the sort of different load reduction and infrastructure upgrade differences. So from that perspective, I'm not really sure how is that really that different. from our approach, because at the end of the day, we're all conceptually modeling the potential, the technical potentials of demand flexibility and how that impact the infrastructure upgrades that's identified out of the study. So I don't think we have a way to try to match it to like say that is this sort of the amount of potential a result of a orchestration or some level of orchestration, a dynamic orchestration or a rates-driven orchestration, right? I don't think that's something that we'll be able to do as part of the study.
Thank you, Yi. Leo from Powell, please go ahead.
Hi, yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you again for the presentation and for the study. This was like really helpful and really informative, and really appreciate all of the new modeling that you all have done and kind of new light you're shedding on various areas of the system. Side question, which maybe this isn't the right forum to answer, but I'm curious if anyone from PG&E has any thoughts about the draft pending load resolution and kind of new proposals for how to deal with pending loads, and on if incorporated to this study, would change anything, or kind of how you might think about those pending loads and their relationship to the kind of forecasting you're doing here. Obviously, I wouldn't expect you to have had any time to run any numbers, but I'm just curious if anyone on the call has any kind of particular thoughts about the draft resolution and its relationship to the kind of findings you have here.
I can have a first try. I mean, I don't think it'll impact 2040 results in a meaningful way, just because it's so far out in terms of this study. I mean, it's possible, but I don't think the pending loads is really focused on that type of long term, at least that's not how we're envisioning it right now. The 2035 and 2030, I guess, I don't know, maybe I'll let Mark, I don't know if you have, I guess I don't necessarily know right off the top of my head how, but I do think, that it is more focused on I do think it'll have, in terms of our planning process, that's probably where it would have more of an impact of capturing, what, again, the question about the community impact, right? Making sure we're capturing that community engagement and getting it into our actual distribution plan. I think also, like, we remember the distribution planning is trying to come up with specific investments versus this is really more of a system level look.
So I got one comment, Bill.
Yeah.
Essentially, your pending loads is a specific load, right? And it's going to replace a spatial load. So, wherever you had your spatial growth, it's distributed by a model, by potentials and propensities, which is sort of like study data. It's just going to replace it with a specific load. So it probably won't cost any more because you're still modeling the same amount of growth, more or less, right? It's coming from the IEPR. But it will just more strategically place it so it'll allow you to be more effective as far as solutioning to having confidence in installing facilities based on customer plans versus installing facilities based on a spatial model, with a probabilistic load. So I think that's the only difference here for pending loads.
Yeah, I would generally agree too. I think in terms of if you look out to 2040, I think we'll in the ballpark see something very close to what you would get if you were to sort of think about pending load or incorporate pending load into EIS. But yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that clarification. Makes total sense.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions in the chat. Peter Chen from CC. Will scenario 4 include the equity or enhanced demand flexibility assumptions, or will it just be an adjustment to the base scenario?
Tom, you want to confirm? It's just an adjustment base, is my understanding.
I think it's just the EV. It's just the EV in terms of the base. So
yeah. I imagine. I guess we haven't thought about to the extent we scale up the EV, load, it would the equivalent TOU component would scale up, but it would be the same as the BICE assumptions.
Yeah, but I think the way we're envisioning is that we want it to be sort of a delta, or define a delta between the base and scenario 4. And the way to really get that delta is to have it be you know, an incremental change from the base, right? So as we explore it, you know, there would be a cost difference, and then that cost difference is something that we could maybe think about and take further in terms of how it should affect our distribution planning process. Right?
Okay, thank you. We have another question. Well, I saw that you just responded to that one that I was going to address. So please, Saeed, go ahead and unmute yourself before we jump to the last question in chat.
Thank you very much, Angelica. One clarifying question about the software that you're using. You mentioned that you have the code to automate this process. About that objective, is it modeled in a way that you're strictly minimizing the total expenditures before exhausting all of the non-viable alternatives that are out there? Or it is more of a logical phenomena, wherever you see basically a violation, you recommend a standard like capacity upgrade. So what is your logic to recommend that inside your model?
Are we talking about the 2035 and 2040 solutioning algorithm code? Yeah, it doesn't take into account non-wires alternative. Like, it doesn't say, well, okay, maybe if solar came or battery storage came, it could offset this. We don't really have specific planning criterias for using non-wires alternatives for solutioning. And there are comments in demand flex, and I think we've made comments generally about the ability to use those things to offset wire solutions. So our solutioning is to say, well, okay, if we build distribution facilities, this is what we would recommend, right, based on today's. Now, as those things become more available to use in a way, like a very more mainstream thing, I'm pretty sure you could incorporate some types of those things into the model. But keep in mind, those long-term solutions, they're just like plans, they're not really investments. So it's okay to kind of have a a distribution wires viewpoint on that, because no dollars have been spent on those kind of things. It's just a cost estimate to measure against other things, like probably non-wires alternatives.
And
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I'll add, the study kind of takes the approach of incorporating demand flex and incorporating DERs into the forecast and into the model up front too. So yes, it's true. The model doesn't like go afterwards and then say, could we have done a different solution using it? But it is incorporated both in the base and in the incremental of the enhanced demand flexibility that we are modeling. If you want to call those non-vials alternatives directly in the model, but it's not after the fact modeling.
And it's not an optimization problem. It's more of a running and checking and recommending based on a logic, right?
Yeah, I think that's, well, I mean, we're trying to, in 2030, we engineered carefully, and then but yes, and then we're orchestrating the demand, but we're not actually in the enhanced demand flexibility, but we aren't optimizing that demand flexibility, like coming up with programs or pricing or something of that nature to optimize it, if that's what you mean. Yeah, that's not occurring.
I learned a lot. Thank you very much for your patience answering all of my questions this afternoon.
Absolutely. I know we have a couple of load factor questions. I see we talked about it in the chat a little bit. Maybe just verbally quickly describe the load factor calculation, because it might not be the only people who have the same question about how we calculated the load factor.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'll verbally say it. Load factor is essentially how we look at our asset on a peak day. Peak day is relevant to every circuit or circuit or bank. More or less applies to the circuit level, but some circuits capabilities does apply to bank level, right? Or could be a limiting factor to the bank. So, but anyways, the peak day essentially is whatever that peak day. So if it ends up being, September 6th or September 7th for this feeder and, April or May for another feeder, it's whatever that peak day for that circuit is. And for that, we're using a 24-hour period of that peak day. And we're saying, what is the average load throughout that 24-hour peak day? Then we're dividing that average. That average is being a mean, not a median or other. Is the mean of that load throughout the 24 hours divided by the peak of that day. So that is essentially your load factor.
Yeah, we don't have we don't track this regularly. It does come up for some circuits that get tied to assets that operate above our 0.75. Our system is sort of built around this 0.75. Our tools and ratings sheets and the things that we have that produce the ratings. A rating for a circuit is a series of different components, and so the cable would be one of those, and it has a rating. And so that load factor is considered when you're applying the rating to a cable, for instance. But most stuff operates under 0.75, as you could see in that chart, right? We took a look at it. And so there really hasn't been a need to address this load factor because everything's been operating under the assumptions that we have baked into our planning model. Now, if we were to change those, if we want to change the characteristics of how the loads operate, right, we want to flatten it, then that's going to mean that we're going to need different assumptions in our planning model. Maybe we have to begin to move from a 0.75 to a 0.8, right, and then that globally affects all the ratings, right? So that's what was pointed out, or what we're trying to demonstrate when we had that slide, is that relationship between that number, which flattening the load and the load factor is, that it has like a direct linear impact on the ratings. And it really has to do with equipment's ability to cool. So, stuff heats up and cools down, and particularly with underground cable, it's surrounded by dirt, and dirt is, not going to dissipate energy that quickly. And so because of that, once the heat builds up, right, your cable has a maximum operating temperature. And so this rating is basically made so that, you could operate the cable in a certain way without exceeding that maximum rating. So as you change that, you're pushing that maximum thermal rating on the cable, and that's when you can begin to accelerate or the damaging or reduce the life of that cable. So it just breaks it down, right? It kind of cooks it a little more, so to speak. So that's what we want to look for when we have these high demand circuits or high load factor circuits. This is probably going to be an issue for data center. Data center is known to have a high load factor. So those are ones where you would know right off the bat that you can't really use a standard 0.75 because it's operating at 90% or 0.9 load factor. So I hope that deeper explanation helps a little bit.
Mark and Tom, there's a follow-up question in the chat from Bob Notley from CSE. Maybe I can summarize that.
Sure. I think we're good. This is Bob. I don't need a further answer.
Thank you.
Okay, I cannot see if there are, let me see. I don't think there are any more questions. on the chat, or I don't see any hands up here. We do have a few slides of appendix, but I know that it's the load shapes used for or examples of LDV. Do you want to cover this, PG&E? Or is this more like
Been a long day.
yeah.
I think if there's questions, we're happy to cover them, but I think otherwise, I think we've demonstrated, we've talked through the method for them. So
yeah.
Perfect. All right, then I'll move on. We covered questions throughout the presentation, which helped a lot. And so thank you, PG&E, for the presentation, and we'll move forward with the detailed next steps for this process. So as a reminder, the next procedural milestone is stakeholder comments, which are due on December 15th. The utilities final EIS Part 2 reports are due January 28th of 2026. And after those filings, the Commission will issue a ruling during the first quarter of 2026, seeking stakeholder feedback on the final result or the final reports. Finally, the Commission is expected to issue a decision in 2026 directing how the findings of EIS Part 2 will be incorporated into the utilities distribution planning and execution processes. We will continue to keep parties updated as these procedural steps move forward. And with that, we will conclude day 1 of the workshop. On behalf of CPUC's Energy Division, thank you everyone for your time, participation, and valuable feedback today. We invite you to return tomorrow at 9 a.m. For Southern California Edison's presentations, which will begin day 2 of our workshop. If you have any follow-up questions, please feel free to reach out to me at this email, and I think everyone has it. Everyone received an invitation through my email. And thank you again. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thanks a lot. Great presentation.
Thanks everyone.
Thanks all.
Thank you.